There we go. Alright. Everything's all ready. Hey guys! And hello to there, Citrus. And he just got back to my desk, so I wasn't able to respond to that. But yeah, we're back with some more shiny hunting. And as well as the Treasures of Ruin. You probably have noticed down at the bottom that I already have a target. So, I haven't resetted my game yet. It's still doing the, I think, the Ting Lu outbreaks. So it has all the ground types, as you can see, still up and around. So I'm not connected to the internet just yet. I haven't picked up the moose just yet. That's the reason. As I was looking around, I noticed there was this. There's a Tinkertuff outbreak here. And I'm not sure that if I connect to the internet, will this outbreak disappear. So, I do need exactly one of these. So I thought it might be better to try hunting for this now, whilst there's still an outbreak. So, don't worry, I have set up everything for the hunt for Chiyu, as you can see here. So, for our Chiyu event raid, we have an Azumarill, which apparently I just had, but was totally not trained up whatsoever, which I found kind of crazy. I've never used Belly Drum Azumarill in any raid whatsoever up until this point. This Azumarill was just caught from like a Terra raid because it was like level 55 when I took a look at it in home. But yeah, we got it all set up. I had to change its ability, its Terra typing, had to do all the EV training and leveling up. But it's all ready to go, so. But for now, we're going to go and check out this this event, not the event raid, the non-event raid. It's outbreak, that's the word. Still early in the morning for me. But don't worry, we will pick up the moose, hopefully after we get the outbreak of the Tinkertuff. So I guess I went and hunted Iron Thorns earlier, which was actually the first Paradox I've hunted yet. Nice! Iron Thorns is the Tyranitar one, I believe. I think it's a pretty good looking shiny, considering a lot of the future shinies that just go chrome. So I think Iron Thorns is definitely up there as one of the better looking ones. I think the only ones that I would say are not that great are maybe Iron Moth, I would say, because it barely changes. But other than that, I think all the other ones seem to be decently okay. I guess Iron Treads isn't as interesting. Iron Bundle and Iron Valiant definitely changed quite a bit too. Let's see. Before I get distracted, I'm gonna make sandwich. I need fairy sandwich, so I need 2 tomatoes. Actually, let me double check that I've saved the game before I do this. So, I had some pretty bad stacking sandwiches previously. So just want to make sure that I have it all ready to go. We are near a ruin, so I think there's a chance that Tinkertuff will just show up regularly as well, but we'll see. Oh, I'm running out of spicy as well. Sheesh. The downside of using these hunts, that's for sure. I'm gonna have to do a lot of Herba Mystica hunting when I actually get into the really nitty-gritty of shiny hunting in these games. Though, that is something that I have been considering. Since this is the 4th episode we've been shiny hunting in Violet, the numbers are getting a lot thinner now of how many mons we have left. In fact, like, in Paldea, there's only like a good handful left before they'll be all done, and it'll be the really hard hunts. But, there's still a couple in Legends Arceus that I could get. Though, I've been considering, because Sneasel and, Weavile are basically available in this game, I could Masuda Method Hisui and Sneasel, but there's a lot. I always wonder what made Nintendo decide why Donphan and Volcarona specifically need 2 Paradox forms. I do not know. Volcarona, I think, is pretty popular. Donphan, maybe a nostalgia thing? But yeah, it is a bit of an odd choice. But then you could also say the same thing of like, why is Iron Valiant a mix between Gallade and Gardevoir, whilst Roaring Moon is like a Mega Evolution of Salamence instead. It's very odd to say the least. Alright, let's get Hunter. So unfortunately, Tinkertuff is not known for its amazing shiny, to say the least. Well, I guess it depends on who you ask. I am not a fan of it because it's really hard to see. Hey AJ, good to see ya. Oh, by the way, so have you guys seen the marketing, which most likely is for the new Mega Evolution? That's been happening recently. Because apparently the Pokemon Company's been doing a thing where they're starting to advertise a lot of their Mega Evolutions by having some sort of promotional video rather than just dropping the Mon. I think it's implied that it's gonna be Malamar. Because, like, Malamar has suddenly gotten a lot of fans all of a sudden. Like, 2 days ago, I think, they released a video called Malamar.mp4. And I was like, okay, that's a bit weird. And then I looked through it and I was like, oh, I see what's happening here. And then today, apparently, they dropped top 5 best TGC cards, and they're all Malamar. And I'm just like, oh, I see where we're going with this. I don't mind Malamar. He's a funky little dude. He's definitely in the category of, yeah, that is definitely an... Like, you know how they're like, oh, there's no such thing as evil Pokemon or something like that? And people are like, bro, Malamar exists. Volcarena's pretty badass Pokemon, but Donphan is one of my favorites, so I can't complain. Plus, they made a Paradoxmon in their respective games. Yeah. Malamar scared the shit out of me when it was in an X and Y episode. Yeah, if I remember rightly, X and Y had an episode where Malamar apparently tried to brainwash an entire town. Like... But then again, let's not be, let's not forget casually that Malamar is not the only Pokemon that brainwashed a bunch of people. I believe there was an episode where Beheeyem did a similar thing in Black and White, and a lot of people find that as a really funny episode because everybody except, I think, Ash, Pikachu, James, and Jesse don't get hypnotized by the Beheeyem, and when they even, like, get Meowth, and they're like, why the heck didn't it work on us? It's like, ah, oh, well, it only works on intelligent people, and the other people are like, bro. Dude was literally in the middle of taking over the world, started this random town. Well, you gotta start small. You can't just immediately take over the world. But yeah, I am definitely enjoying them doing these sort of... That's what you think, yeah, I know. I do enjoy the whole, different, types of videos, because they did one where it was like, sort of like a found footage style, then they did a wrestling one with like a ladder, like a ranking system, and now this one seems to be, what's the nicest way of calling it? Cult behavior? I'm starting to wonder if, like, this is the outbreak here. I'm starting to think, like, these guys are just normally spawning here. I haven't seen a message of it saying the horde's getting smaller. Oh well. It'll happen sooner or later. If my Golden Go can, get around a wall. Excuse me, doggo. I actually still need one more Rockruff. Hey, Shawnee, good to see ya. Give me one moment. Because Shawnee has come in because we are talking about D&D just a bit before stream. Let's see. I like the found footage one they did for Victory Bell. I wouldn't mind they did it for all the other new Megas or even old ones. I think that's what they're doing at least for the new Mega Evolutions. It's just giving them unique videos, which is why I'm pretty sure Malamar is getting a Mega Evolution. I don't believe a bunch of people suddenly are now professing their love to Malamar on a whim, funnily enough. But yeah, Shawnee is talking about how in our D&D session we just finished a major boss fight and now we have to decide where to go next. But yeah, one of our other players did bring up a really good point. I'm not sure what to do about that. And also, hello there, Cryo. Wow. It's just fear, remember? But, oh, there's a wishy-washy. We basically fought like a dragon, and, you know, you guys who've been on this channel long enough know how my luck works, where it's like, either one way it's like super unlucky or super lucky. You know, that sort of thing. So, during, I think, the stream prior to this, so we're talking about, like, what is it? The shiny hunting we did for Solgaleo and, Null, type Null, if you guys remember on Monday. We found absolutely nothing during that entire stream, right? And then, all of a sudden, we basically, on the next day, which was our D&D session, our DM's like, alright, you're in a really tough boss battle, there's multiple enemies and stuff like that. And the fight basically went where, I think, two of us, one was out of, our sorcerer was out of like spell slots, two of us were down, one person was getting ganged up on by like, what, 3 or 4 people, and we were like, okay, this is like a really, really bad situation, you know. And I jokingly said, this is before everything, like, sort of changed. I said, wouldn't it be funny if, like, the only way we're gonna get out of this situation, because it's a really dire situation, the only way we're getting out of this situation is that one of us rolls a death roll, and we just happen to get a nat 20 and get up instantly. So, for those who don't play D&D, when you do death saving throws, that's when your HP hits 0. If you roll a 1, you take 2 fails, but if you roll a nat 20, you get up on 1 HP. And our DM, Shawnee, is the one who does the rolls for us, so he does it also so he keeps the suspense of the whole situation, like, oh, not to let us know what the death rolls are, and that's how we also can avoid, like, finding out about things. Okay, so there's all the Tinkertuffs. Okay, let's stop taking them out. I don't know what happened. Like, yeah, Shawnee had to roll, like, a massive amounts of, like, rolls because there's, like, 10 enemies, so he did all the rolling prior to stream. Or the, session, I would say. And a lot of his rolls were actually pretty bad, which is obviously good for us, because these were enemy rolls, so we got lucky on that regard. But he rolled my death throw, and it turned out it was a nat 20, which I jokingly had said, I think, about it, what, a minute prior to this happening? I was joking about it, and then it happened. And not only did it happen to me, it also happened to our barbarian, our barbarian shot up, ran at the final boss, did a nat 20 on the final boss, and killed him. And meanwhile, because I'd gotten up, I also took out a bunch of smaller enemies, and I was the one rolling at this point because I'd gotten up. I don't know how it happened, but as Shawnee mentioned slightly earlier, I rolled 4 nat 20s within the span of an hour. And before you say, oh, it's a loaded dice or anything like that, because I understand that does sound pretty crazy, we use a digital dice, and this digital dice has also given me 3 nat 1s in a row. By the time the dust had settled, everybody was down except for me. Because I rolled a nat 20 on an enemy and just OHKO'd it as well. Which, you know, is pretty insane, to say the least. And when the fight was over and I had to go check that everyone was still alive, because everybody was obviously down, one of my medicine rolls was a nat 20 and it got it got our barbarian back up, and basically we were like, alright, let's get everyone out of here. And yeah, we also had our druid with his ferret that could basically teleport and like create fiery explosions. I'm not entirely sure how that works, but you know, it is what it is. That ferret also helped as well. But yeah, the fight that we thought we were in a like an incredibly dire situation, and even our DM after like the whole fight was over, he was like, "Look, you went into that on hard mode. You really shouldn't have gone in like, oh, there he is, right there, the shiny. You probably should have gotten in there a little bit later, or like with better prep." But, I mean, a win's a win. Nobody died, which I think was the craziest situation. We had multiple people go down, and 2 of us get revived. And by the way, our Barbarian did just OHKO the final boss, and also, like, immediately get back up after getting knocked down again by an enemy. That was it was the craziest, like, what, 3-hour session we had in a while. And one of our players wasn't there to see it. Oh boy. Anyways, we did get the shiny that we wanted. And that, once we evolve her, that's the end of the line, I think. Because I only need Tinkertuff. So definitely doing this first was definitely worth it. How much of the sandwich do I still have? I still have 18 minutes. Do I have any other fairy types I could hunt for? I do not know. Let me take a look. Because I'm pretty sure she was the only fairy type I needed. No fairy types, no fairy types. Yes, there really isn't any other fairy types. Yeah, that was it. That's the only fairy type. A bit of a unfortunate thing, because I don't want to waste the sandwich, but I don't have any other fairy types to go after. Could hunt for Sylveon. I could. That is true. I don't need Sylveon, but I could hunt for her. Where is Sylveon even? That's the problem. Vaughn is back. Oh, nice. I can't wait till we have to explain the entire situation to him. Because, like, he literally left for 2 sessions. He comes back and the entire, like, we've managed to beat the final boss of a dungeon. Oh, we leveled up. That's the big thing, too. I think all of us rejoiced over leveling up, which is funny. Let me see if I can look up where you find Sylveon or other fairy, types to hunt for. Because I know there's somebody who has a little, guide for that. Let's see. Curlier, Gardevoir. Curlier and Gardevoir would be a nice one to hunt for. Sylveon, Klefki don't need. Iron Valiant don't need. Where's Sylveon located? Ah, up there. Okay. Afronada. All the way over here. Oh, wait. Let me save the game before I go running off over there. So where do we stand? Yes, let's get back to the original point in view, which was like after we beat that entire boss battle. And we managed to do a short rest until all our companions were back up on their feet. And then we did a long rest outside the fortress for safety. Because I was like, we're not going to be resting inside this area. It is far too dangerous. Oh my goodness, there's a ton of fairy types here. This is not a isolated hunt, to say the least. Look at all these keys. Oh my god, there's so many keys. Change your sprite? Yeah, that is true. What do we want to change it to? I guess we could change it to Sylveon, right? Because we're sort of hunting for Sylveon. I mean, there's so many different mons here. It could be anything. Sylveon is Gen 6. Where are you, Sylveon? Sylveon, there it is. Found it. Oh, the sprite's so massive because look how big this sprite is. There we go. Because Sylveon's a really good one. The problem is, yeah, the reason the sprite is like massive is due to the fact that the sprites I got them from the ones for the Scarlet and Violet are so small, so I have to like really up the size of them, and then when I switch back to something from the previous gens, it's massive. Is a boy? I mean, yeah, it could be. It depends. There's no gender lock in terms of the Eevee line. Also, yeah, Sylveon's a really great shiny. I think it was like one of the first evolutions I did hunt for. I believe I hunted for it in maybe the Omega games? Back when dex navving was a thing. Man, I haven't done dex navving in so long. A part of me kind of misses dex navving. It was a unique hunting thing. Sure, like Scarlet and Violet has really good rates for shinies, but you know, it's nice to do other hunts every once in a while, to say the least. But yeah, my thought was to go after the dragon, like, so that's the thing, is that there's a dragon that was released and it's headed towards the 10 towns. That's a big doggo there. And my thought was we should go back and, you know, deal with the dragon, and the opposing force that was inside the fortress can deal with the leftovers of the situation. That was my thoughts on it. But another one of our players brought up another point, which was, oh, well, why don't we stay for a little while and reap the rewards of the fortress, because we obviously don't know where this dragon is or how far it's gotten. Maybe it would be better to at least grab some supplies and such before we just go rushing out. And I do understand that thought process, and a part of me does sort of agree with it as well, because, I mean, as of now, we may have leveled up, but we're still really severely, like, undersupplied, I guess? Like, we don't have healing potions, and we had a really close call, like, just now, where we had multiple people go down, and including our healer. Our healer also went down, which, you never want to see. So, it's something that, like, it might be better to be a bit more prepped and, like, get stuff sorted before we head out. That might be the better plan, to be your more Camp Dragon. I am slightly more Camp Dragon for now, but I think I still do agree with the idea of going back into the fortress and maybe picking up some supplies and such before we head out. Gotta strap a shield to the front and back of the healer. You're gonna put the healer in bubble wrap. Well, at least I think the fights will be a little bit easier now, because we at least have the full heal that we didn't have earlier. Because we were running low on, like, health as well as, I guess, spell slots for our sorcerers and stuff. That's something I realize I have not needed to worry about since I play a rogue in our other campaign. That's the hard part about dealing with playing two very different classes in two D&D sessions. Because one session I'm playing as a rogue, which I don't have to give a damn about spell slots, and then in my other one I'm playing as a warlock, where, yes, I do have to actually give a damn about spell slots. Which, by the way, is we have a D&D session tomorrow, which is exciting. And I think Dre is back too, so we'll be able to have the full team. Just don't tell him why we may have accidentally got him knocked out, like, at one point. That was just a combination of sort of bad luck. That's all. No good rolls tomorrow, you used them all up. Understandable. Like, honestly, I have fully accepted I am probably not going to be terribly lucky for this next session, because of all the good rolls I rolled. So I am fully, like, on board of just knowing that I'm not going to get good luck, and I'm like, okay, you know what? Yep. I locked in, and I have run out of fuel, and that's it. I'm going to say its spell slots are so eh. Yeah, I guess it does. The reason for spell slots is, I think, just, like, in real life, if you had a water gun and you used the water gun doesn't magically replenish until you like go back and refill it. Every wizard's just using magical super soakers. And other, like, I mean, thankfully, Mags doesn't do that thing where you have to use, what's the word? Components. That's where it gets confusing. Like, you gotta carry supplies just to use your spells, so if you drop your supplies, it's like, oopsie doopsie. Is this really the best place to hunt for Sylveon, honestly? I have not seen, like, any Sylveons. Or am I just... it's not really that common here. Who's making you hold spell supplies? No one is, thankfully. Yeah, I guess a lot of people just say it's here. I'm seeing more keys, though, than Sylveon. Don't worry, nobody is making us hold spell slots. It's just I know that there are some, like, when you look into some of the spells, it has components written down and stuff like that, and I guess that's to make it more hardcore with the list. You know. It'd be cool to go past the amount of spell slots for health per 1d4 per level. It's for wizards. Right, yeah. Because I think they have to, like, you know, gather materials and stuff like that. Thankfully, nobody does that sort of stuff. I think I played a wizard once. I cannot remember, that was a long time ago. I'm slowly getting there. I'm slowly getting to the point where I've played like a good chunk of all the different classes. Only when monetary cost, it implies that wizards have every other components in their pouch. Yeah. That would be a funny, like, like if you rolled a nat one of the component things is that you opened up your pocket to get the spell, like, get your spell ready, and you didn't have anything in your pockets. You're a wizard fear. Am I? Not that I know of. Can't do magic stuff yet. BRB, I'm a warlock. Well, Zane's a warlock in, the Ravnica campaign. Sandwich is almost done. You're not a Sylveon, that's a Flareon. Feels like a lot of the fairy types dwindle when you go to this side of the area. Yeah, wizards are the dads with fanny packs. Yeah. They got, like, you open up their coat and they've just got, like, pockets within the pockets. Yeah, I am curious to see where we go. Here's Zane, my mind instantly goes to Ninjago. Yeah, don't worry, the Zane from Ninjago and the Zane from the campaign are different, because clearly my Zane's spelt with an I instead of an E. Hello, Mikoff! Good to see ya. We're just finishing up this fairy sandwich that we just had left over, because we caught the last of the Tinkertuff line. Well, we need to evolve it, but there was an outbreak and I wanted to get that first before I reset my, online and do the Chi-Yu hunt, which we'll be doing in a moment. But today we're going to be focusing... that's something I should mention. Today we're going to be focusing mostly on fire types. So I think a lot of the fire types we have left over are essentially what the starters and stuff like that. Carcoal I think is a fire type, maybe, or... but I don't know, it might be better than Iron Moth. Yeah, Iron Moth is a fire type, but I already have Iron Moth. I have all the Paradox Mons, so I don't need to hunt for that. As you can check from the list. But I'm pretty sure I checked this morning, and a good chunk of them are the starters and stuff like that. So we'll be spending a good chunk of time over in the Blueberry Academy. I'm hoping we can get the last Chimchar we need. The problem is I can't isolate it. I have to hunt it alongside Scorbunny, and unfortunately Scorbunny, we finished that line, so I don't need another Scorbunny. Oh, right. Yesterday didn't Silk Song come out? How did everybody, go with that? I've heard that apparently... what have I heard from it? I've heard that the site's crashed multiple times. I've heard it's 20 bucks, and I've heard it got a score 1 out of 10. So I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, I've heard, like, apparently a bunch of sites are like, oh yeah, gave it 1s out of 10s and stuff like that. I assume it's satire, that particular point, but... I can imagine the crashing of the store is not satire, and that definitely happened. You love it? That's good, considering you guys did wait quite a while for it. Whoopsie. It is crazy that I heard that like 7 different games like postponed their releases or their updates because of Silksong, with the 2 reasons being, oops, 1, I don't want to compete against Silksong, and the second reason was, oops, our entire team is playing Silksong, so we can't update our game. And I mean, like, fair point. Pretty sure a similar thing happens in Japan when there's a big release, like, with, like, Monster Hunter or Dragon Quest, so... Silksong being the big phenomenon it's been for the past how many years of me listening to it in, like, Nintendo Directs and people yelling about it. I do wonder if that, crowd will disappear now that, Silksong is, you know, finally out. They can't ask for Silksong anymore when Silksong is already out. I wonder what the next game they're going to start yelling about for is. But yeah, I heard that it crashed on, I think, Steam. And then, Hollow Knight 3, yeah, probably. They want another sequel already. Hopefully they'll be a bit more inventive and come up with something else. There's only so much we can hear about them yelling about Silksong and such, where it gets a little redundant. And then, I mean, a lot of games are starting to come out now, aren't they? Like, well, we got Kirby Air Riders, which I need to pre-order. I forgot that I haven't pre-ordered it yet. Because I am definitely getting that game. No questions asked on that one. But I haven't pre-ordered it. And I probably should, because it means I can at least guarantee I have a copy of it. Though I've heard rumors that, they think that there's gonna be, amiibo for Air Riders, and I'm like, would I get amiibos for Air Riders? Probably. I mean, can't go wrong with more Kirby, right? Even, yeah, Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta. It's a remaster, isn't it? From what I know. And I think, what is it? Sonic Cross Worlds is also coming out at some point. I don't know if it's coming out this year. I think it might be. I haven't kept in touch with the terms of dates and stuff. Though I know one thing that I've heard quite a lot about is just a bunch of, every time I hear about Crossworlds, it's always, there's a small group of people that are always, like, doing that thing where they poke fun at, like, Mario Kart World, and I'm just like, eh. Some people really have to learn that you have to follow the 2 cakes method. The 2 cakes ideology. Yes, Mario and Sonic are both got racing games. You can play both racing games. It's totally fine. You get 2 cakes. You actually get 3, because Kirby Air Riders is also coming out. It's crazy. We're getting 3 racing games within a short span of time, which I find kind of funny. They even updated the secret minigame in Delta. Ah, interesting. I've heard good things about Metal Gear Solid 3 back in the day. So them just making an updated, like, remaster of it probably will do well. And, you know, it brings back some people who played the game of old, and then it'll bring in some new people too. Because I cannot believe that I saw a cutscene with a particular character, and there was a sound effect that character made, and I was like, oh, I've heard about this meme, like, this meme sound effect. I cannot believe it actually came from Metal Gear Solid 3. And I don't know what to say, because I was not expecting that. but which is very foolish of me. I should have expected that from a game which asks you to unplug your controller and put it into a different port to beat a boss. But I think they just kept all the same, like, voices and stuff like that as well in the old games. But yeah, 3 is definitely one that I hear a lot of people talk about when it comes to Metal Gear. So yeah, a lot of pretty big games are coming out, actually. Oh, is that the shiny? Oh my god, it is! Yellow keys! With 30 seconds left on the sandwich. It's Breakstar. That's right. I do like Clef Key's shiny. It's simple, but it works well. It's actually one I hunted back in Oras as well. So I don't think this will go to my living decks. It's just a fact that I caught it. I mean, look at it. It's such a pleasant shiny, and plus it's me being, like, biased to the fact it's blue. Okay? Oh, I didn't check about the ribbons. Or the marks. Uncommon mark on you. Alrighty. No Sylveon, but we got a shiny keys. Went from silver to gold, yeah. I'm pretty sure Klefki was one of the ones I hunted for pretty, early, I think, in the Dex Naving thing. When I first did Dex Naving. I actually really like Klefki. I know a lot of people obviously are like, oh, it's just a bunch of keys, blah blah blah. I find it great. It's such a silly little guy, and I love him so much. And I think I used him on one of my teams back in the day. I mean, just look at him. What's not to like about him? I know my mum could use with a clef key. Keep all their keys safe and such. But I was kind of worried I wasn't going to see it, but yeah, I saw it pretty well once I actually got closer to it. Anyways, I think it's time we evolve our Tinkertink, I should say. Saw them do great in one video and respected them ever since. I mean, they have a busted ability. People forget that Prankster is really, like, really good. I used to run one, I think, in a competitive team. Back in the day when I was still learning about competitive. Alrighty. Just gonna do a double check, but I'm pretty sure, yes, it's Tinkertuff I need. And we can finally mark off Tinkertuff. I actually tried to hunt for Tinkertuff, I think, back in the time. It would have been easier to find Tinkertuff due to the hammer being way bigger. But yeah, I'm pretty sure all 3 of this line I've caught have been Tinkertinks. Alrighty. We can put you guys here. Save the game. Now we can finally update the game. And then this will also answer my question of whether or not the old outbreaks disappear or not. But, as you can see, we can claim Shiny Ting Lu. I love these pitches they've been doing for these Pokedex pitches for each of the Mons. They're really nice. So the total victory was 3 million. I think beforehand I'd seen it was at 2 million, but they've obviously counted everything else. So yeah, we managed to get the Ting Lu done. Also, as you can tell, the one I'm really excited for, Shiny Chi-Yu's out. I have been waiting for this shiny. Like, this is by far my favorite out of the 4 Treasures of Ruin. 1, because it's a fish, and I love fish. And 2, it's blue, so I mean, like, it was gonna win. Another thing that is happening right now is mass outbreaks of fire types. Here's the unfortunate part. I have all of these as shiny already. I do not need any of these as shiny. I have the entire Charcadet line, I have the entire Vulpix line, I have the entirety of the Numel line, including gender differences. Because I caught the gender differences back in the time. I mean, I could probably go for Numel if I wanted to get certain, like, mons that I did RNG manip for, but the other two, I have pretty much caught all of them. So I don't really need to do fire types. Alright, let's see if the Tinkertink disappeared. Okay, no. So they don't get affected by updating the game. Good to know. So yeah, you can see here, Charcadet is all over Paldea, Vulpix is all over Kitakami, and Numel is all over here in the Blueberry Academy. Oh my goodness, two of those Numels are... One of the Numels is trapped in the ice in an icy island. Somebody save him. He's not supposed to be there. Blue fire with the new lighting engine? That's true. Alrighty. Ah, right. I probably should do this first, right? Lo Qian, Shenpao, Tinglu. Let's grab the shards first. Makes them easier to hunt. That's true, I guess. More Terra Shards. I didn't realize how much Terra Shards I had. Like, some of the ones I have, like, tons of Terra Shards, and I'm like, whoa, I didn't realize I had this many. Alrighty. Ground Terra Shards. 100 ground, 100 rock, 100 steel, and 100 ghost. And, finally, we can also mark this one off. Shiny Tinglu. He has such a unique cry, it's great. The shards are very useful for my Scarlet file. Yeah, having the shards, like 100 shards each, is definitely handy. Cherish Ball and Classic Ribbon. Look at that. It is interesting to say the least with, I guess, Ting Lu and stuff like that. He has had a bit of a controversial presence in the competitive as of recent, if you have looked into competitive and any of the Treasures of Ruin. Sadly, you can't name them. Yeah, you can't nickname... Can you not nickname them? I guess they are event Pokemon, so I guess that makes sense. I don't really mind too much. Oh yeah, you can't. Because they technically belong to someone else. You can at least nickname the regular ones, so it's still... I guess a silver lining, to say the least. I want to name the fish Nemo, but it's blue. Ah, the desert. We're going back here, are we? Anyways, let's hide that Dora. You mean Dory? But yeah, it would have been nice to name event Pokemon, but I guess it's probably just to keep the eventness of him. I cannot believe I'm back here so soon. I don't want to be back here. I have to still hunt for Silicobra. Well, we got there in the end. The fact that no numbers are popping up, I think I have, like, maxed out Yumigul in terms of coins. Alright. Let's focus on why we're here. Okay. So, hopefully this works. I did have to look this up this morning, so we'll see how it goes. So, Shiny Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu, you can do this with Hisui and Samurott, and a lot of people say it's a lot better. But I don't really have a Hisuian Samurai all ready to go. I thought I did have a Azumarill, but I mean, I felt like it would be easier to get the Azumarill ready. But yeah, we have Shell Bell. We're also thankful that Ruination doesn't hit us. Okay, first things first. Want to get rain up so fire attacks don't hit us as hard. You can see it already like put the shield up and barely any damage. What got put up? Light screen. Okay. I guess that's handy, because we're normally supposed to put light screen up first, but I guess the belly bolt did it for us. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about special drops. Okay. We're just going to continue doing, yeah, the AI being useful. It's useful in this game, not in Sword and Shield. Okay. That's what we were waiting for, was the stat change. So technically we can now do belly drum. That's what we were waiting for, because it does do an early stat change. We do have to be a little bit careful as well when it comes to belly drumming, because one, we are cutting our HP down. I think the rain is gonna disappear next turn. Yeah. So what I might do is do one more liquidation. We'll get the rain back up and then do belly drum. And it's not going to steal any more Terra Orb, so we're all good there. Ooh, crit there. Unfortunate. Belly Bolt puts the light screen back up. Oh, thank God we avoided that. I might not Terra this turn, because I know that once we Terra, we actually lose our resistance to Dark type moves. So I want to get a little bit of health back up before getting hit by a Dark Pulse. Okay, now I think we should Terra this turn. We should do big damage here. Yeah, it is nice to have actual useful AIs, considering we just did Sword and Shield where the AI is atrocious. Yeah, I think I'll do. Oh, it looks so good. I think also there was a defense drop, so that probably helped as well. Oh, Salty Herba! Nice. I'm more excited for the Salty Herba than the actual fish. Alrighty. There we go. So that's a simple strategy. There is a Hisuian Samurai version, but yeah, basically you just need to set up Light Screen, Rain Dance, wait until it takes away your Terra Orb as well as stat drop. Just keep liquidating until you get close to Terring, Belly Drum, and then make sure you check your HP to avoid getting KO'd. But if you're faster than it should be fine. I think being at level 100 means you're faster. But yeah, liquidation and just go for the attack. You need huge power, so you do big damage. And you also want to be water Terra type. But yeah, the reason we were a little bit cautious was the fact due to Dark Pulse would do a lot more damage once we Terra'd. Alrighty. We are done here. So I guess we just head over to the Blueberry Academy. The question is, what do we hunt for first? Because, I'll quickly go over what we have. We have Carcoal, which I believe is a fire type. I'm pretty sure it is a fire type. The problem is that I think it'd be better to do a rock sandwich for Carcoal due to the fact that the area also has other fire types, and I'm pretty sure Carcoal is a uniquely rock type there. So it might be better to do that one. Also, it's been a while since I've hunted that particular line, so I kind of want to hunt that line again. Just because I haven't done that in a while, but we did do the starters last time. So yeah, we have the Carcoal line as the fire types. Nothing in Paldea in terms of fire types, except for obviously Fuecoco, which we still gotta wait for. Let's see, scrolling up. We have Torracat and Incineroar, so we need 2 Littens. We have Delphox, so we need 1 more Fennekin. And we have Infernape, so we need 1 Chimchar. And I mean, we do have the fire types around, so if we somehow get all the fire types sorted, then we can just go for those. But first things first, I think I'll hunt for Carcoal first, out of just, I kind of want to. Put Roly-Coly here, because Roly-Coly is it's a pretty obvious looking shiny. It's blue. I'm pretty sure it's around in this area. I will obviously look this up because it's always important to look up information, so not caught flat-footed. Let's see. I need fire types. Because I think, yeah, there's not really any other fire types except for the starters, really. So all our hunts are going to be, like, over here. They're going to just be in this one tiny little area. It's like, I've got everything else. Oh, no! I do have one other hunt I can do here. I just remembered. I can technically do Oricorio. I do not have Oricorio. I need 1 more. Technically, I need the electric one, but I can hunt for the fire one. So I think that might be another solid task to go for. Totally forgot that I need 1 more Oricorio. I have all 3 from the various regions, funnily enough, but I don't have the yellow one, and I've never tried hunting for the yellow one specifically. I've always hunted for the fire one. I hunted for the other ones in their respective areas, on Kitakami and the Blueberry Academy. Alright. But I'm gonna do a rock sandwich here. The only other rock type I had was, like, Lorth back in the day, so I don't think I have any other rock types I can really go for. Yeah. It could have been Stonejourner if I had Scarlet, but I do not. Also, I could have done... Stonejourner's not fairy type, no. What is Stonejourner? Like, I have not used Stonejourner, like, ever, so I have no knowledge on Stonejourner. Well, we can use that one, salty I picked up. Bacon. Just rock? Okay. I felt like Stonejourner was something else, but I cannot remember to save my life. It's a weird mon. Like, I definitely have access to it in, like, Sword and Shield, I'm pretty sure, but, like, I just never have bothered trying to go for it. It's one of those weird Pokemon that I just don't really remember it that much. It had a unique gimmick, but, like, that's kind of it. I think the problem was that in terms of like anything to do with wasn't called it Sword and Shield, there were a lot of Pokemon I preferred way more than Stonejourner, so Stonejourner definitely just fell off the wayside. But anyways, time to hunt for some of these little boys. I have to say, I do remember when we hunted this guy, because specifically we were hunting for him when I hit a certain follower goal. And that's what started the whole shiny hunting month, so this guy kind of holds a little special place in my heart. I can't remember if it was 100 or 200 followers I got, but I remember that it popped up and it was announced that, yeah, I would be doing the shiny hunting month. Man, that feels like forever ago, to be honest. Let's see. Does he show up? Okay, they do show up around here too. Yeah, that was back on the Switch 1 too, so... The spawns are definitely a lot more, abundant nowadays. He got away. Like, we're just going down this road and just families popping up. And the other benefit is that we caught Roly-Coly first, so we don't have to worry about whether we get Carkol or Roly-Coly here. Look how small that one is compared to the other guy. I do like Carkol. I don't know. I do feel like it was a slight missed opportunity that it evolves into, Colossus a little bit. I mean, I didn't mind Colossus too much because he reminded me of a Monster Hunter creature. But I mean, just look at him. Like, he's so goofy. How could you not like Carkol? He's just a little minecart guy. I still do agree with some people when they said they kind of wish that Carkol was like a, what is it? Turned into a train. That's kind of what a bunch of people were speculating he was going to transform into. I still think it's a slight missed opportunity that didn't just turn him into a train. I can assure you, so many people would have liked him being a train. Because you know what they say, people like trains. Plus, we don't really have a train-like Pokemon, well, no, I don't think we do. So it would have been a unique type of mon, to say the least. Oh, wow, that was quick. I almost was going to go around the other way. Right there. That's the wrong button, by the ways. I'm just going to throw a Luxury Ball straight out the gate and see if we get him. Nice. Nice. Super early this time. Didn't take as long as compared to when we were trying to get that Clef Key. Righty, that's one down. The Early Riser, the Dawn Mark. I'm pretty sure I have this one, so I don't have to worry about it. Putting in my little checklist of shiny marks. Part of me is a little worried that we're going to find the other one like super early as well, and then I'm just going to be left with a massive amount of a rock sandwich. I mean, I wouldn't mind, because it means I can go and hunt for other things. But yeah, I guess that's something you guys can think about if you want me to hunt a specific shiny starter first. Because yeah, we've only got a few left in terms of fire types. I was actually kind of worried I was going to find a Knackley first, because we have that line finished now, so we don't need to worry about it. Yeah, the construction going off a lot today. Ah, that is something I could mention very quickly. So yeah, things have having a little bit of a change up at our place for this next few weeks because my mum and grandmother with two of my aunties, they went over to Korea for a holiday. And they're gonna be gone for like 20 days. So there's not many people in the house, it's just me and my dad. Where's this path go? Might as well check it. Yeah, the house is definitely a lot quieter because it's only two of us and we're just chilling. Like, obviously I'm here streaming for you guys. He's probably downstairs playing video games. Or he's doing gardening, that's another thing too. We finally have some actual good weather, so it's been nice to do a little bit of gardening. But yeah, they've been gone for like, what, 2 days so far? And I was hoping to see them off, but I unfortunately missed them by 10 minutes when I woke up on the morning that they left, because they left at like, what, 5:30 in the morning, and it was on a day I don't usually get up. But, I knew in the top of my head that my mum was definitely going to forget something. It's sort of like a game at this point. Like, every single time we go on a trip with her or have to go somewhere, she always forgets something. And the thing is that the problem is that it ranges from the difference between like, oh, it's something small, we don't have to worry about it, to, oh my goodness, I cannot believe you forgot that, that is really bad, sort of thing. And unfortunately for her, she did forget the travel, I guess, what's it called? Wise card? I think that's like a foreign money card. You can use it to like change currencies. I used it when I went to the US and Japan. You basically can just put money in and then change the currency type. And it works in all countries, so you can scan it like a credit card. And she somehow forgot it, despite she asked me to specifically help her fix it up and get it ready over like the last week. And the disappointment was immeasurable, honestly, on my part. Because I knew it was something was going to be forgotten, and I cannot believe it was the one thing I wasted time getting ready, was the thing that she forgot. But she at least has a backup, it's all good. You can also use the app on the phone, so that's all. It's not crisis level, but yeah. I just knew it was going to happen. It's as predictable as the sun going up and coming down the next afternoon. But despite all the blunders, it seems like they're at least enjoying themselves for these couple of few days. So yeah, hopefully I'll be able to get some stuff done during that time. One thing I haven't got done is definitely stories. I've been grinding in that game, trying to get a bunch of the particular genes on Mons, and it's been rough, to say the least. I still have not gotten that much closer to getting the 100% on that. It is a really hard goal to get. I didn't think it was going to be that hard until I like started grinding, and I realized, oh, this is just RNG, and it's not looking good, boys. And I've run out of a lot of my slots in my boxes. I've hit the 400 cap. So that's also not helpful. Though I have been trying to weed out the ones I don't need, and as well as like transfer genes over so I can get some other typings of monsties and stuff like that. But yeah, it's been rough, to say the least. Get that hydrate. Because I do want to start... I have been thinking whether or not I should start a new game soon. The problem is there's a lot of things that are happening as of recent, so I haven't had time to really like sit down and think like what game I want to do. I do want to get Rise going, but I want to finish stories before Rise. And I mean, we just finished like what, Ultra Moon recently, as well as like this hunt's finished as well. That's kind of why I did the Dynamax adventure last Monday, because I couldn't really come up with the idea of whether I wanted to start like a whole new game or just do stories on Monday. Because with stories, all that's left is us to do the 2 towers and then just get a bunch of genes. I mean, we do have to face, like, the god of the underworld, essentially, to get parts so I can make armor out of him. You know, the usual. Nothing surprising out in that particular regard. But I also have to check that I've gotten all the side quests done, so I can get that 100% check mark. Because there is quite a few things I need to get done as well prior to it. Oh, there is something I did do this Thursday. I was planning on streaming, but then I knew that Silk Song was coming out soon, and I wasn't sure if it was dropping our time Thursday or Thursday being Friday for us, because we're a day ahead of most of the world. It was the latter, but that's fine. I used that Thursday to do some drawing, which was nice to do, because I guess for those who may not know, but I mean, I think a good portion of people of you know Crescent at this point, because I've definitely talked about Crescent as well as gone on Crescent's stream. So if you somehow do not know who Crescent is, or The Alchemist, I do not know what to tell you. Maybe you're just new here. That could be a thing. But Crescent's doing a drawing contest where people can make a new design for their avatars. I believe it is a costume. So they're going to, you draw the outfit, and then the winners are going to have it made in 3D, because they use 3D VTubing models. So I've been doing a little bit of drawing in regards to that. And it's been nice to do a little bit of, like, you know, actual fun drawing. I haven't had the time to really sit down and do some drawing. I made a little bit more progress for my Dragon Quest drawings. I've been taking that one a little bit slowly so I don't burn myself out too much. But I know I have to get that done soon so I can start uploading stuff. Because I didn't realize I haven't uploaded a lot of stuff recently. Like, gotta learn how to draw overalls. Yeah. Thankfully they did have, what is it? The base character design, so just the body and stuff like that. So it's also been a lot more, I guess, easy to do due to the fact that I obviously don't have to draw the body over and over again, but I mean, if you get the basic designs down, you don't need to really draw details until, like, maybe later on. You can draw, like, basic details, but you don't need to, like, draw every wrinkle into the fabric too. We also have to do this in terms of the 3D artists so they don't die when, because I remember it does have some limitations with some of the outfits and stuff like that, just for the sake of the 3D artists, so that they don't crack under, like, having to do weight painting, which I totally understand. Weight painting is not fun. I remember doing a little bit of weight painting one time, and it's really not fun, especially when you gotta get fabric to work. Oof. I used to have I had to try and draw a cloak, and I remember it would just clip into the body if it didn't paint it correctly. And it took ages to get it right. Hi, I've never picked up Rock Slide. Cool. The benefits of shiny hunting in areas you normally don't. But yeah, I mean, the biggest advice I can give you is always look at references. Sometimes you have to look at references on, like, other people's drawings. Sometimes you literally just have to look up a reference of, like, actual people. Which is good and bad at times, because sometimes when you're looking up for references, you might not want to lean too hard on the realism of certain things. Or, like, outfits don't make sense on real people because these real people are not wearing these outfits. But it has been an interesting time to do some drawing. The downside of the whole thing is that you only can submit, like, 2 drawings, I think. because I think you can submit one for one character and one for the other character, so that's technically 2 altogether. And a small part of me kind of wishes I could submit way more than that. But at the same time, some people is just like, you know, you don't have time to draw like a ton of outfits. And it wouldn't be fair if somebody like was only able to submit 1 drawing and another person was like able to submit 20 drawings or something like that. My reference is in Italian. Nice. He's got the simplest design for overalls, that's for sure. I think I've definitely strayed far away from the last location. Oh yeah, I've definitely strayed away. Let's walk back real quick. I don't even know how I got that far away. I guess I was just following the roads and then kept looping around the wrong location. Yeah, Wario is very easy to draw. Round. But I mean, like, you do sort of remind me of the WarioWare games where I think, like, you could scan amiibos in and Wario would attempt to draw the amiibos and every single one of them was, like, incredibly scuffed. Except for when you scanned in the Wario amiibos. When you did, apparently he would draw this massively shonen style artwork and you're just like, I see where your priorities lie. But I think that's sometimes my favorite trope when it comes to art, is people being absolutely dog at drawing like anything, but if it's like a particular art that they're just like really like have a huge interest in, they suddenly draw like a massively perfected like artwork that makes no sense. One of the examples I can immediately think of is actually Monster Hunter Rise. In Monster Hunter Rise, one of the handlers, which is one of the twins, she does not know how to draw. Her drawing style is awful. Like, it makes all the characters literally look like these noodly potato people. Like, she can't draw cats, can't draw the Palamute, can't draw the hunter. But for some reason, when she has to draw a picture of her, like, her twin sister, it's the most beautiful artwork she can ever muster, and you're just like, but she draws herself and she also looks like a potato, so I don't know. Anyways, despite all that conversation from before, we finally got the other roly-coly. It only took us a good chunk of time this time. I think this one, is it slightly stronger? Look at him spin. Alright, let's try and put you to sleep this time. Oh, I like how his little eye, it actually does turn into a little sideline when he's asleep. You know what he reminds me of now that I look at him? He reminds me of like a rocky version of the wheelie enemy from Kirby. You know what I mean? Like, you can sort of imagine Kirby sitting on the top of this, one of these things that he's just rolling away. Alrighty, male and female. Also has... Oh wow, Cloud Watcher. My goodness, both of them had marks. That's kind of cool. How much time do I have? 13 minutes. What do I want to do? Well, I'm going to save the game is what I'm going to do first. Because I do not know any other rock types that I really could care for, to be honest. Oh, wait, I guess there is one. I lied. I cannot believe I totally forgot about that. I can hunt for Rockruff. Where are you at? You're over here somewhere. Totally forgot I technically need one more Rockruff. I'm pretty sure. Because I need one for the midnight version. Big doggo. I don't think I would miss the shiny of this one. But yeah, I do have, I think, all the rock rocks, lichen rocks except for one. You got Dusk already? Yeah, we actually hatched a Dusk lichen rock on the egg stream that I did. It was the first shiny egg we got out of the group that we were Masuda methoding. So we already have Dusk. We have Dusk. We have Midday, which I caught. I think I caught on as a lichen rock. I caught a random rock ruff while I was playing Violet for the first time, and it was full odds because I didn't have the shiny charm at the time. So all I need is one more so we can hunt for, so we can get the midnight form. I mean, it's in the middle of the day, so we might as well just hunt for the regular rock ruff now. But yeah, I cannot believe that I forgot that I need one more one. You don't really see it because the tracker doesn't track alternate forms, it only just says Lichen Rock. That's why I almost forgot. I need to pull out my other tracker, which is my Microsoft spreadsheet. Because I have a spreadsheet that has all the alternate forms on it. I think it was made by Austin John. It's a really good tracker because it has multiple forms. It has for the, if you want a full living dex, a full form dex, you just want final evolutions or shiny versions. It's really, really handy. And I've been using it like on the side. And it's definitely handy for me to track. It also helped me a ton when I was organizing my home living decks. Because yeah, back in the day I had to do that manually too. Now not so much because, I mean, we have most of the mons already in place. But when I was first starting my home decks, God, it was a lifesaver. Because I was going for the living form decks even in the regular forms. And trying to, like, place each and every one of them when I didn't remember the Pokedex order, like, from the top of my head, which, let's be real, if you somehow know the entire Pokedex order of all 1,000 Pokemon on the top of your head, that was, one, very, very impressive, but very unlikely at the same time. But yeah, I need one more of these doggos. And I don't think I need any other rock types other than that. Every time I see this list with rock types, I can see Dreadnought on it, and it makes me sad because I don't need Dreadnought, I need Chewtle. But Chewtle is just pure water type, so it's actually harder to find than Dreadnought because at least you could, like, you could isolate it. But you can't do that with Chewtle because water types are everywhere. And Chewtle unfortunately shows up in a lot of different places. The thing is that the Chewtle, I had a Chewtle actually. I caught it fishing in Sword and Shield, I believe. But I evolved it into Dreadnought so that I could Gigantamax it. That is something I did recently. I did finally get some more max mushrooms to Gigantamax another shiny Pokemon. Because that is something else I am slowly doing. Is getting all the Gigantamax form, like shinies as Gigantamax forms. But it has been a bit of a grind because max mushrooms are not easy to find. There's no indicator of where they spawn. And only a certain amount of them can spawn at a time. And if you just don't happen to know where they are, you can easily just miss them over and over again. And unfortunately, every guide I've found doesn't have... I kind of wish there was a way to just them having a set path. And I could just follow the path, but I haven't really found any videos on that. Hey, minutes. No metal will be a pain? Yeah, do you know why it will be a pain? It's not possible. It is totally illegal. So that is why it's a pain. Because you can't get Gigantamax, I don't think, at the moment. The only way I think you could possibly get it is if they released it in home. Not home, like in Go. But there hasn't been any sign of it being released just yet. Maybe later down the line they are slowly bringing in Gigantamaxing in in Pokemon Go. But yeah, Melmetal doesn't actually have a form yet. And obviously it kind of sucks because you can only evolve it over in Pokemon Go. And there is a benefit to them, is that you can get rid of the Go stamp on them. Because if you can transfer them to Let's Go and catch them there, and it gets rid of the Go stamp on the screen, which is what I did. But yeah, Melted you can't evolve outside of Go, so that's why I still think that Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee's like reward is really lackluster due to the fact you can't even evolve this Melmetal, evolve the Melton that you get as a reward. So it's just like, why? And even if you do have a shiny Melmetal, you can't Gigantamax it in Sword and Shield for some reason. The hard part is that the actual Gigantamax Melmetal, that was the event only, so if you missed out on that event, you legit can't get a Gigantamax Melmetal. Luckily, I did get that one, so I don't have to worry about it. But yeah, it's totally event locked, that one. So a part of me is like okay with that, but another part of me is like, dang, I kind of wish I could get it. And I mean, we technically still have, there's still a bunch of Gigantamax forms we still can't get as shinies anyways. Like the Urshifu line is all shiny locked still. I am scared for when they do release that, because if I wanted to get shiny Urshifus, I need 2 Urshifus and the Cubfu. So that's definitely a bit of a tedious one, to say the least. But I did not know if they're ever going to release those anytime soon, because I mean, Sword and Shield has already like sailed in terms of like when those games released. So I honestly do not know if they are going to ever unshiny lock those games anytime soon, because I do not see if they're going to do that or not. Might as well stay here, there's no point going for the Lycanroc. It's not technically nighttime yet, it's still dusk. Ah, but speaking of shiny locked Pokemon, I've actually been spending a little bit of time in Legends Arceus, because I've been doing a thing where I've been catching a bunch of unknown question marks to put into my home decks, specifically to put in the places where there are shiny locked Pokemon, so I name them after the shiny locked Pokemon. It's just so that my boxes don't have all these empty gaps, and it helps me keep it. It looks just a bit more neater. I saw it as an idea on Pokemon Home, so Reddit, and I thought to myself that that was pretty cool. I think Lycanroc spawns over here. That's where I caught the first one. It might be a little bit easier to see them because they're so big. The full-grown doggo. Look at all these doggos. But, after I finish the sandwich, I'll show you guys something really quickly. I took a picture of it because I legitimately could not believe, what had occurred, essentially. But yeah. I've been, like, hunting, like, on and off in Legends Arceus for those things. Still have not found a shiny unknown. Don't worry about that. I'll let you guys know immediately if I found a shiny unknown. But, I did get an alpha unknown that I didn't have. I've been slowly picking away at the alpha unknowns, making a new alphabet soup out of them. But yeah, I have not been lucky when it comes to finding Pokemon that I need in Legends Arceus. That's the downside. I have almost all the Pokemon as shiny already. So that's as much as the shiny odds are a lot higher in Legends Arceus, as well as just like it is far more interesting to hear the jingle of like when you do find a shiny Pokemon. Like I can't lie and say like I'm always like excited to see shiny Pokemon in Legends Arceus recently because yeah, it's none of them have been things that I need. Like it's just oh, there's another shiny, but it's not something I can put into my shiny decks. That's sort of the feeling I've been getting a lot from Legends Arceus, which really sucks because it's definitely a more unique shiny hunting experience. And obviously, this, you know, the dopamine you get from hearing that little jingle of the shiny sparkle, and you like frantically looking around on top of your bird trying to find where the sparkle came from. Always fun. It's a steep ass hill. Well, I gotta say, sandwiches have been pretty productive. We found quite a few shinies with just a couple of sandwiches we've had. I mean, I'm always happy to see a completion of another line as well. That's definitely a big win. Got two lines completed just today. Obviously, we'll have to evolve those roly-colies, but I'd say that's definitely... Whoa, look at the size difference between these lichen rocks. Some of them are like really tiny. That's a full moon. If only it was like that in Legends Arceus so I could get the Ursaluna. But yeah, I am looking forward to ZA. I really hope the shining method is similar to Legends Arceus, where we can at least hear the jingle. Because I know that was a big point of contention for a lot of Scarlet and Violet people, was like not being able to hear the jingle, especially when some of these Pokemon are so tiny. But yeah, I do not know what I'm going to do first when I get ZA. Like, obviously I want to do the story, but do I want to, like, do I want to get that living dex done, like, immediately as I'm doing the story? Or do I just want to, like, enjoy the story as it is and then focus on the living dex, like, afterwards? Alright. Sandwiches is up. Alright, let's go somewhere flat. Might as well just go over to the Blueberry Academy, right? Because we're going to be hunting here for a little while. Alright. Time to hunt for some starters and hate it as well. Because a lot of the fire starters in this game have recoil moves. And another big problem is that one of our more reliable shiny hunting mons is also a grass type, so that doesn't help as well. Alrighty. Time to fill in more of the decks, I guess. Time to get Firefox installed. Go for Fennekin first. Sounds good to me. I will have to look up a video on like the best way to get Fennekin. That's the thing. Oh, look at him. He blew. I do remember using this guy in Sword and Shield when I did my first playthrough. Alright, let's evolve the other one now. whilst I'm doing that, I'll get my sprites up and ready. There we go. I think we'll evolve the Cloud Watcher guy into the final evolution. And from here, we can mark off both Carcol and Colossus. There we go. Look at him. Big boy. Look at that. Two really cool, two really cool Evos. That's 3 Mons immediately taken off the shiny decks, which is really, really nice. Almost hit 950. I need one more in that counts. Alrighty, Fennekin. Let's see. Because unfortunately Fennekin does, like, hang around in areas where there are other sort of fire types. So we need to go here. I think I did hunt earlier in this area, but like, yeah, you can see there's a ton of other fire types just spawning in before we even get there. Oh, there's a normal outbreak here too. That's a little annoying. What do we do? Because it's so great. It's sort of, it's strange, because I think I remember it being more purple in the other games. Okay. Yeah. So, judging by this person's image, this is kind of the area we want to stick around in, is this area. Thought that was its evolutions. True, I know it definitely goes more purple, but I always thought that Fennekin was purple. I might be just misremembering it though. Let me... Yeah, I know Delphox definitely goes a purple color. Let me take a gander. Yeah. It goes a deep purple color. Let me grab Fennekin. I don't know, I always thought Fennekin was more purple in the 3DS games. Let's see. No, it's always been more of a grey colour. Weird. I always thought it was more purpley. Anyways. I guess we should get started, right? I took a look. No, on the 3DS it still looks grey. I definitely am doing the Mandela effect where I thought it was purple. Let's see. Fire. Okay, so I need 2 red peppers. Okay, so the downside is that there's a nubble outbreak, like, right here. So I do not know how this is gonna go. Nice catch on this star. Probably shouldn't have put the onion on first. Oh well. Onion has very little hitbox. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with Onion's hitbox just not being non-existent, but then you got like things like Ham, which has a roundish hitbox, which makes no sense. Anyways, we do have to be careful when we do find the fire type, but it's because of just the idea that they can flare bits and do all that nonsense. So we'll have to save if we do find it. We only need 1, so... I was like seeing how others make their sandwich. Yeah. I think always putting the prosciutto first is probably the better thing. I probably should have put prosciutto down first, just to make everything flat. Okay, so... with the issue with the nummels, it might be better for me to start KOing the nummels. To get them out of the way. Because they are definitely taking up the majority of the outbreak here. But yeah, I often don't use the top of the sandwich just because there is the chance that it will topple the rest of the stuff on it. This is definitely going to waste my time. But I gotta take out all these nummels. My god, so many magma. I cannot believe that out of all the places these nummels could have spawned in, it was on exactly the spot I needed to go for Fennekin. Like, it's already hard enough to deal with, like, the absurd amount of Fennekin here. And the fact that magma also can be shiny. I'm not gonna lie, it is a good looking shiny. But, like, the fire color on it actually works really, really well. Owie. This is why the, some of the other fire-type starters were a lot easier to hunt for. Fennekin, I think, is going to be the most difficult, so it might be nice to get it first things first. Fennekin isn't the only thing we... isn't the only thing we can get here too, unfortunately. We can also find Magby, which thankfully has a decent shiny compared to Elekid. And then I believe we can also see Pyro and Leo, which I don't need those either, which sucks. I can literally hear a Fennekin behind me, and it's not even the shiny, which sucks. Alright. Magma Court. But I can't evolve Magma, unfortunately. we should quickly heal. Oh, there's an event Chandelure up and about. I forgot this. There must be some event happening on the Pokemon Community Days. Well, I guess the benefit of us catching that Magmar is that we can at least take out all the Numel without having to worry too much. Because we're gonna have to save after this sandwich anyways. But yeah, you can see a lot of other monsters starting to appear. I think also the Litleos are starting to go up due to the fact that it's becoming nighttime. Because I know some Pokemon spawn a lot more frequently when it's day and night. Do a quick search. Yeah, there are a lot more Litleos all of a sudden. Hey, nice, we both got it. Ah, I can hear the hammering. Is that a shiny there? I think it is, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a shiny Numel. It's a slightly lighter color. I actually cannot believe I saw that, because I thought it was going to be a lot tougher to see. This one's a male Numel, so that's totally fine. I don't think I have male Numel. That's not RNG manip, so it doesn't bother me too much. Ooh, I need to get more luxury balls. Well, the sandwich is doing well, but in the wrong reasons, you know? Oh, neat, I couldn't tell. Yeah, it's not an easy shiny. The top of its hump is what goes a different color. It's like a light blue color. It is so much easier to see in the older games, but... This one also has a mark, my goodness. Nothing crazy, but still, a mark. Yeah, I was honestly shocked I spotted that too, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, this sandwich has been, like, good, but not in the way I want it to be. Because, I mean... I know one of them is an event mon, but, like, still... Two of them so far. There's another shiny, oh my god. That wasn't even 30 seconds, I'm pretty sure. I want the Fennekin game! This is some monkey paw nonsense, isn't this? I thought it was a Numel, I mean it is a similar colour. I've caught 3 shinies already for this sandwich, and I don't think it's even been 10 minutes. Oh, it was a successful sneak attack too. Yeah, it hasn't even been 10 minutes. I might as well quickly shove these guys into the box before my bag gets too full. Next one's Pyro. I honestly, it's either going to be another Pyro or it's going to be another Numel. I haven't even had time to, like, actually hunt for Fennekin yet. Honestly, maybe it's a good thing I'm wasting time at nighttime here. Because all I am seeing is Pyros now. And I definitely need to get rid of these Numels because we're most likely going to come back here to do Fennekin again. If this keeps up. I'm starting to be grateful that I actually Masuda method hunted the other 2 Fennekin that I needed. Because, yeah, the odds aren't really much in our favor with this. Oh my goodness, it's a pack of Fennekin. A rare sight indeed. Watch my luck do that annoying thing where I'm like clearly going after one mon and it's like, oh, you needed a shiny Pyroar, right? And it's gonna give me the rarer Pyroar for some godforsaken reason. It'll be like, oh, you need a male one. Nummels are slowly going down, so that's good. The more Nummels that are gone, the more spawning for other Pokemon can happen. It's taunting you. Oh yeah, it absolutely is. But, being a Monster Hunter player, I am fully aware of this nonsense, so it doesn't bother me as much as it probably should. It's more of a, yeah, I expected this, you know. I cannot tell you how many times I've done hunts with my dad and just, like, gotten absolutely nothing and watched him get, like, 3 of the very things that I absolutely need. I'm just like, okay. And then I'll get, like, another rare item from a different monster that I wasn't even hunting for, and I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. Thanks, game. My favorite pastime, not getting what I wanted. It's still kind of crazy, like... That other sandwich that we did was like, what? It took us a while before we found like 2 between. Literally, that Nummel versus that Litleo was less than 30 seconds, I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm gonna go back into the footage to do the, you know, the highlight reel that I usually do for these shiny videos, and I'm gonna get there and be like, oh wow, there's literally like little to no difference in time. At least it'll make it easy for me to find it, that's for sure, because it'll be right next to the other one. Well, at least another benefit of us finding a bunch of shinies early is this, you know, we can focus on these Nummels like really early on. Because they seem to be popping up in groups of, like, 2. Like, one over here and then one on the other side, so it does take a little bit of a trick. Also, I'm pretty sure I took out a lot more Nummels than this. They're still popping up. There's a big crowd in here. Let's just take them out. I thought this was another Litleo. It's a similar color. It's actually a Fennekin. It's kind of funny that some of the male Pyrols look smaller than the females in some of these groups, but that's just because of the fact that Pokemon can have different sizes. Fennekins. It is not looking good when I see like only 1 Fennekin per like, what, 20 other Pokemon. Odds definitely get greatly reduced. And yeah, when I looked at that video, they even said there's no way to isolate Fennekin. You just gotta take it on the chin. Another wave of Nummel to take out. Yeah, looks like a lot of people just went for the method of just get an outbreak. I might have to do that at some point. Maybe like... Oh, but the problem is if we do that, Numbles can also respawn, and I've already spent my time knocking them out. How much time do we have left? Alright. Maybe at the end of stream, if we still need, like, if Fennekin is the only thing that we need, we can do date skipping. Because, yeah, an outbreak might be the best option. Though I have heard that, when it comes to, like, resetting for outbreaks, it's best to be standing in the area that the outbreaks can occur because it has a higher chance of outbreaks spawning there. That's at least what I've heard. I cannot confirm it, though. And plus, we do have quite a few Pokemon that we still need to get through. We still have to do the other starters. So we have plenty of time in those regards. Oh, look, another pack of Fennekin. A rare sight indeed. At least I'm picking up a lot of items. A lot of Numel parts here. I keep getting the sinking feeling that I'll find like a Pyro or something, or a Litleo. Like there's a part of me that's just saying like, just give up, go somewhere else now. It's not worth just dancing around in this little area. What would I hunt for next, though? Because I definitely need, 2 Littens. Everything else I think I only need 1 of. So maybe Litten should be the next target? That might be the best option. Oh, there he goes. I was right. It'd be another Litleo. But man, this sandwich is really popping off. Not in the good way, but like, I mean, what's that? 4 shinies in 1 sandwich is still pretty good. And only one of them was like in-event Pokemon too. Alright. We have 13 minutes. I think I'm just gonna hightail it up to the mountain. Where I know Chimchar and Scorbunny is. Don't have to, like, worry too much on it. Chimchar is definitely the harder of the two to see, because he's like more of a crimsy, pinky red color rather than the orange she is. It's probably easier to see when it's daytime, but beggars can't be choosers. just going to stick around in this area for the 13 minutes left of this sandwich and then start afresh on a different mon. Because I think Litleo is up in the what is it? This biome, the canyon biome, I'm pretty sure. And then what was the other one that I needed? I'm pretty sure I need another fire type unless I'm misremembering it. It might just be just the two Littens. Unfortunately, I can't check right now because I'm trying to focus. I'm pretty sure we've had our fair shares of fails in this area. Though I think this guy is a little easier to see than, let's say, Duraludon. I am really happy we got the Duraludon hunt done. I would say that is not a fun hunt whatsoever. Ah, somebody's playing Kirby in the Forgotten Land. I wish I was doing that. But I promised I'd do it in a new playthrough before I do that. So that you guys can see what an amazing game Forgotten Land is. And plus, I do kind of need a bit of a refresher on the story of Forgotten Land too. So I absolutely wouldn't mind replaying the game from scratch. There's just one problem that I can think of immediately when I think about 100%ing Forgotten Land is I'm going to have to do that roll goal game again. No, I don't want to do the roll goal game again. It sucked. And I spent 30 minutes trapped on that. I literally did the true arena and stuff, and that was a hard grind, but it was nothing compared to the agony of me not being able to do a roll goal game. Like, I'm just not that careful with those type of things. I don't know if it's just the sensitivity of my controller or I'm just not good at them. But I've never been good at roll goal games, like, ever. And I remember distinctly knowing that I would never get, like, the full upgrade for, like, the fishing in Twilight Princess due to the fact that one of the lures is literally locked behind a roll goal game and I just couldn't do it. Yeah, and thankfully all the evidence of me struggling in a roll goal game in Forgotten Lands was erased, but it's going to come back for sure. But I have been considering doing another Kirby game next week. I was debating whether I should do that or stories, because I think we're up to Kirby. I don't think it's Return to Dreamland, but it's like we're up to the third game in the series. And I know we're skipping a game because it got remade into a Nightmare in Dreamland, so we're going to be playing the more updated version. But I think it's like Dreamland 3 is the next one, right? I think we looked this up, and I just don't remember the name of it. But I think we're going to like the SNES or something like that, so it's a big leap in technology. Staring at monkeys. Like, I really hope School Bunny isn't the one that shines. Ah, Jax is playing Smash. I would like to play Smash. I missed out yesterday because I promised I'd play Monster Hunter with my dad, getting the new events done in Wilds. And I know Crescent did hold a Smash thing, but by the time I got home we were stuck in traffic, so they'd already started playing quite a bit. Traffic was awful. Why must life get in the way of when I want to play Smash Bros? I keep seeing like one of the monkeys being slightly darker in color, and then walking up to it and just being like, never mind, that's just the lighting. It not shiny. I have to go back up the mountain. Though I have to say, I'm kind of surprised that fire types are kind of like the ones that I've hunted the most in like all the other like categories. Or like, they're the ones that I've completed the most of. Because, like I said earlier, it's literally just the starters are the only mons that I'm missing really in terms of the fire types. And what, Oricorio, I guess. I actually am missing quite a few, like, alternate forms now. I think one of the ones I definitely need is, like, Indeedee. I need female, I think, form. I think I have the male as a shiny. So I'm going to have to use, definitely going to have to use the date skip on that one. But I think, yeah, it's really just a couple of alternate forms that are really sticking in my mind of things that we need to get done for Violet at this point. Though there was something else I remembered off the top of my head that I need to mention about. So, if you guys were here on the Monday stream and watched me do Dynamax Adventures, you obviously know how awful the AI is in Sword and Shield. And I had been looking into like about the idea of a multi-viewer, so I could have one of the players just be another file of mine, just to help with dealing with the Dynamax stuff instead of being like having to fight with one person and 3 CPUs. It'd be 2 people and 2 CPUs. But I'd need to get a multi-viewer for that, I believe. I have been researching it very slightly. And another issue was the fact that I would need another copy of the game. Thankfully, recently I discovered was my cousins actually have a copy of Sword specifically. They obviously played it back in the day. So I'm actually thinking that that might be my best option instead of having to buy a new game, is to borrow it off them, because I'm only going to be really using it for shiny hunting. And it will definitely cut down on time, because I'll be able to look through 8 Pokemon rather than, what, 4? So that's already, like, an improvement, like, from the start. Obviously, if I had 4 copies and 4 switches, I could do that, but 1 I do not. I only have, well, we do technically have 4 switches, but I would not be able to, like, move everything up here and just start away, because I'm pretty sure I have only 3 accounts with actual completed files, because we obviously have our 2 accounts that we did for when we did the Pokemon Home playthrough, where we were trying to get the last few Pokemon I needed for my home living decks, which was essentially the horses and Urshifu and the Reggies. We had to do a separate file for that. But other than that, I'd have to start a whole new game on 1 file. Well, actually, I'd have to do 2 new playthroughs, wouldn't I? Oof, that's kind of rough. And I would also need like 2 more copies of the game, and that's a little out of my price point for now. Though I did see like a copy of Sword for like $44 in an EB Games or like a JB Hi-Fi, and I do not know like why it was so cheap compared to everything else, if it was damaged or it lacked something. It kind of makes me sad thinking like, oh man. Another thing I would have to do, I'd have to buy the DLC, wouldn't I? For all the Switches. Man, people are rich when it comes to being able to hunt with 4 systems, I realize now. Like, where are these people getting the moonies? Because you'd need, like, what? You'd need 4 switches. And if you were more superior in terms of funds, you could have the Switch 2s, but honestly, Sword and Shield run perfectly fine on the Switch. It's more Scarlet and Violet that sort of suffers from the lag. But yeah, you'd need 4 switches, 4 copies of the game. And then you would need the 4 copies of the DLC too. And as well as Switch Online. Man. Yeah, I'm just probably going to stick with 2. At least I know from I transferred the stuff from my Switch 1, so the other accounts are still technically on the Switch. Maybe still on the Switch 1? I do not know, actually. Because I transferred all the data over, so I do not know how it plays on the Switch 1. Anyways, that's just me rambling on about that sort of thing. It's not a guaranteed at this moment. I mean, I wouldn't mind having it there just for the fact of just being able to, like, have 2 human players, as well as I wouldn't have to switch between systems as much, because if I can plug in my PlayStation as well. I currently only have all this stuff that you can see on the screen. It plays through a capture card. So the thing is that the capture card only has like 1 output. So it only, if I want to play PlayStation games, I have to like unplug the Switch HDMI from the capture card and then replace it, which is not easy because it's behind my TV, so it's a real big hassle to say the least. So if a multi-viewer allows me to just have them all plugged in, then that would definitely save some time, especially if I wanted to like add other consoles up here. But for now, it's just all speculation because I don't have the multi-viewer to begin with. And I think I can only buy it on Amazon. Yeah, we're pretty much done here. So I'm gonna have to quickly look up where to find Lytton. But I'm pretty sure it's like up, it's up on the mountains up around here. Maybe? Actually, I should fly there now while I still have like 1 minute on the sandwich so I can at least understand. Oh no, there's Lytton's here too. Okay, it's just all on these rocks. Are they further down? Yeah, it looks like it. Alright. Are they over here on this little island bit? I think turtwigs can spawn up here. Yeah, it's a little bit more limiting here. Ah, right, my sandwich probably ran out. I was wondering why there were a bunch of other Pokemon showing up here. Alright. Let's put that away. Let's rip out another sandwich. I'm gonna quickly switch this up too. Lytton. Lytton is a very obvious shiny, to say the least. I mean, you can't get any more obvious than that. this time I'm going to put the prosciutto down on the bottom first. Oh, of course. Unfortunate. Start again. Thought I put that on flat, and then it just slid off immediately. I have no idea how these sandwiches work at times. Sometimes it's just like, yeah, it cooperates, and then sometimes it just does that. And there's nothing you can do about it. Well, at least us resetting the game also, like, does that thing where it, like, resets all the clogging of the system or something like that. Does it? I wonder if that's still an issue in the Switch 2. Because I know that was definitely a thing in the Switch 1. Where, I don't know why this is an issue in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, but basically, the longer your game runs for, it's like saving a bunch of data or something like that. I do not know exactly if that's how it's explained. But basically, it holds a cache of it, and the longer you play, the cache gets fuller, and it has to load the cache, so it actually inadvertently starts to lag the game even more. And on the Switch 1, that's already like an issue, due to the fact that, you know, the Switch 1 already has to deal with like insane levels of lag to begin with. My controller actually just stopped working for a second. That scared the hell out of me. I don't know. I was trying to put that piece down, and my control stick rolled a bit, and that's why we have the Leaning Tower of Capsicum. But it still counts. Everything is still on the sandwich. Would I eat this? Absolutely not. I do not like capsicum, especially raw. Alright. Litten time. Whoa! There we go. Definitely can see a lot of Litten here. It is also kind of crazy that Cleavor is just casually up here. Like, this ancient species from Hisui is just somehow chilling in the Blueberry Academy. Then again, the Blueberry Academy definitely has, like, a huge amount of mons that just... You raise an eyebrow of, like, how these are here. Like, all the starters, where they talk about how the starters are rare Pokemon in the main games. That's why you can't find them anywhere else outside the usual areas. And then you just have casually just, oh, never mind, we just have almost every single starter that's ever existed just chilling up here. Anyways, we're probably going to be hunting for Litten for a little while because we need 2 of them. I'm having trouble not running into them because I'm looking around the area as well, not just at the Littens on the floor in front of me. I mean, it's a very obvious shiny, but still want to keep an eye out for it. I'm gonna take a look over here on this area. Okay. It's Tepig. So we do have to hunt. We do have to hunt over here. Lest we risk Tepig spawning in. A line that we have definitely finished. Over here. Nope, Tepig again. Litten is not in very many locations, it seems. I think it's over here and then that's it. It's probably best not to hunt here due to the fact that we could easily accidentally walk into the this area and reset everything. So I think the strategy here is like to jump from this island and sort of back and forthing. That might be the best course of action. Yeah, this place definitely has the most Litten. But I need to, like, move away if I want to have them respawn. Oh, there it is! Wow, it stands out so much, you cannot get it. You cannot miss it. Alright, the hard part. Actually catching it. Because the starters are all really high leveled as well. It looks so good. Like, I'm not the biggest Litten line fan, I will admit. It has tough competition being against the Rowlet line, but the shiny is very, like, noticeable. Though, to be honest, I think all the shinies in the Alolan group definitely are very high quality, to say the least. So it's got a Thrash. I'm pretty sure it has Flare Blitz as well. I don't think it has Double Edge or anything like that. I think it's just Flare Blitz. Not like Tepig having Double Edge and Flare Blitz on its arsenal. I think I remember that was the reason I used Chandelure to hunt. Because Chandelure has Flame Body, so it absorbs any fire type attacks. And then Double Edge and stuff don't affect Chandelure because it's a ghost type. Stuff like that. And I also don't want to weaken it, like, you know, because I run the risk of it KOing itself. Running out of luxury balls very quickly. Might have to go grab some more. Alright, that's one Litten. One more to go. Sandwich is off to a good start. I just heard a sound coming from one of the Littens, and it definitely sounds like what a realistic cat would sound like when it's trying to get your attention. Just a high-pitched squeal. I can't remember when we did get the first Litten. I think it was during the shiny hunting month, I'm pretty sure, but man, it's definitely been a while. Though I don't mind that we're getting a lot of the shinies now. I mean, we're probably going to be spending a decent amount of shiny hunting time over in ZA when it comes out, just simply because it's the Kalos region and there's a good chunk of mons that are just not available in Scarlet and Violet from the Kalos region. Like, I am definitely missing a lot of Gen 6 mons. And I know I can easily technically hunt them in Sword and Shield, but it's most likely Masuda method. Though there is a part of me that wants to attempt to do the brilliant aura method. So I'm not just sitting there just hunting via like getting a ton of eggs and just spinning around in circles, because as much as it's like I have the opportunity to talk to you guys because I don't have to focus too much on the gameplay of aspects of things, let's be absolutely real, it's not the most entertaining mode of method. Like, Masuda is always the more boring of the hunts. It's useful, I'm not gonna lie, but it's definitely the more boring of the hunts because you're obviously very hands-off on it. And it is a bit of a more monotonous grind. But then again, I mean, there are some people who are dedicated and like are hunting full odds in the old games. Which, I mean, I commend you guys for doing that. But unfortunately, I don't have that type of time in my life to do that. But I think another benefit is that they have the, what is it, that sort of multi-setup? I think a lot of people are, I don't know if it's probably mostly emulator hunt, but how's the luck? Oh, it's been good and bad, I guess. I think, we managed to finish 2 lines, I think. Right now we've got 1 Litten, so we need 1 more, so it's not too bad. But the previous fire sandwich we had, not a single Pokemon was the Fennekin. It was just like, we caught 4 shinies and not a single one was the one we needed. So, yeah, we're looking for Litten, which you can see right next to us. We're looking for a white cat. And as you can see, we do have 1 white cat so far. It's a very noticeable shiny, especially in this brown area. And also, welcome back, Cryo. We're just hunting Litten. I will do another hydrate though. I'm running out of tea. And I have to get a refill a little bit later. But yeah, that fire sandwich we got earlier was a pretty good one. I mean, we got like, what, 4 mons from it, which is a pretty stacked amount. But yeah, we finished 2 lines so far. And I was just discussing about how the number of mons that we're hunting for in Scarlet and Violet is dwindling. There's going to be like a point where it's just like, it won't even be viable to hunt in these games anymore. Except for like the really unique shinies that I need like specific ones of. But I think at some point it's going to be just mostly us focusing on like alternate forms, to say the least. Because I do, in my shiny tracker, which you guys can obviously look at with exclamation mark shiny, I actually have another tracker, which is a spreadsheet, like a Google Doc one, and it actually has all the alternate forms that I need, not just the shinies, because the shiny tracker that I have only shows that, oh, if you've got 1 of it, that's enough. But I'm going for a form dex, so it doesn't show, like, genders, alternate forms, you know, stuff like that. Toothpaste horse do be needed. Toothpaste horse... the Galarian Ponyta, is that what you're talking about? Yeah, that's a weird one for me, because I actually don't have access to Galarian Ponyta, like, at all. I don't have a copy of Shield. That's why I haven't ever tried to hunt for it, is because I just don't have Shield. It's Shield exclusive. Buy it. Wait, really? Yeah, it is. It's Shield exclusive. If I am going to buy a Shield, I definitely am going to try and look for a pre-owned one. And I wouldn't mind because, like, I could get a Zamazenta if I do get Shield. And have it under my own trainer, Oats, trainer ID. Got Shield, it's better. They're both about the same. It is funny though, like, I think during Sword and Shield, Zacian was the big top dog, essentially. And now in Scarlet and Violet, it's actually Zamazenta. Zamazenta is actually getting a lot more play in Scarlet and Violet because of just the way the meta is now. Which I find always funny. But yeah, I believe it's just Galarian Ponyta is one. Yeah, I'm missing a lot of the Galarian mons. So that was what I was discussing a little bit earlier, where I could either Masuda method them or go for like the oh my goodness, there he is. He just popped into existence. I am saving because they can KO themselves. Here we go. Now the catching part, which is always the hard part with these starter Pokemon. But yeah, I'm pretty sure... Let me see. Yeah, it's just Fennekin, Infernape, so Chimchar. We got the 2 cats, so I don't need them anymore. I got all the Cinderace, so I don't need that. Owie! Go back to sleep. Yeah. Scarlet was also better. There are some things. I would say, with terms of Violet and Scarlet, I still slightly prefer Violet in a way. I do like Miraidon, but it might also be just me being like really biased to Miraidon. I have no hate towards Koraidon, like, at all. I still like... Koraidon's pretty cool too. But I would say I do prefer some of the Paradox mons from Scarlet a little bit more. And I will say that Koraidon's biggest thing is that its shiny is immaculate. Yep, there's the thing I was worried about. Flare Blitz. That's why I can't use False Swipe here. I mean, if he injures himself enough, that might be okay. But yeah, the shiny for Koraidon is way better than the shiny for Miraidon, I will admit, at the very least. And I do like Slitherwing a lot compared to Iron Moth. It's just a fluffier moth. This, like, I mean, he's so cute. There we go. I think a Premier Ball looks nice for this guy, considering. They match very well. I'm also running out of luxury balls, so I kind of have to go buy some more. Oh my goodness! So many cats! Oh, this one has a mark too. It's just a sociable. Okay. Yeah, it's only like, we just hunted for Fennekin and Chimchar a little bit, so what I might do is I might run all the way back to Paldea. And hunt for Oricorio. Because I think I still have a good chunk of the sandwich left, right? I've got 14 minutes. I'm going to pause the game so I can save my sandwich whilst I quickly change the icon. Does it have all forms of Oricorio here? Yes, good. The Barley form is always my favorite. It is such an immaculate shiny. I'll quickly heal my team. I mean, look at him. Also, just like, I think I like his design the most out of the Oricorio forms. Oricorio is still really cool to me. But, I mean, you guys probably can tell because it has alternate forms, and anytime a Pokemon has alternate forms, that automatically puts it higher on my list of Pokemon I like. Alright. Back at Paldea again. You can tell this mom would fly into your balcony. Oh my goodness. Why? Because it's a bird Pokemon? You're being biased to bird Pokemon? Though there was a funny story recently. Most bird Pokemon wouldn't do that. I don't know. But I'm not going to get into the thematics on that sort of thing, to be honest. Not sure what Pokemon would do that sort of thing. Oh. Okay. For a second I thought it was there, but it was the underside of the feathers, because the underside of the feathers are also black in color. Gotta get closer to be absolutely certain if it's that. I can see Shawnee is going into that thing. Not that we even know, to be honest. Hello, Aloe! Is it Aloe or Oro? It's one of the two. It's Aloe. Good to see ya. I really wanted to join you guys on your Smash Brothers collab with Crescent the other day, but I was unfortunately late from work because traffic was horrendous. And I was big sad. And also I had to make dinner that night too. Made some pasta. How goes the living dex? The living dex is going pretty well. We just finished the Litten line. I have to evolve it, but the Litten line is completed just now. So right now we're using the last part of this fire sandwich to get the last Oricorio that I need, because I have 3 Oricorios already. I just need 1 more, and since the fire type is a very noticeable shiny compared to, say, the electric type, I'm choosing to hunt it here because obviously it's a lot more noticeable, because the electric Oricorio, the only change with it is that the pom-poms go white. Funnily enough, the pom-pom version of the Oricorio, I actually have a shiny one in Go. When I was over in the US, I ended up finding one there, but I don't really count the Go mons into my shiny living dex because I don't like the stamp on them. So I usually just keep them and be like, that's neat. Like, unless it's like one of those mons which there is no feasible other way to get the shiny as an English copy of it, then I would be like, okay, I will count Pokemon Go. So things like the Melmetal line, and I have to transfer that Genesect I have. I still cannot believe that on the last Genesect I found for that event, it was the one I needed. And I finally got a red Genesect. I just wish they would have brought it over in the English, but yeah. Red Genesect was only related to, I think, the Japanese movie release. Speaking of birds, I need to hunt for Squawkabilly. That's another one I haven't done yet. Squawkabilly is going to be a bit of a pain to do because I don't think there's a way to isolate the actual colors. I think the only way to isolate the colors is if you find them in an outbreak, so it'd just be random. But yeah, we're doing a focus, I should have mentioned this a little bit earlier, we are doing a focus on fire types today, due to the fact that today we did the raid for Shiny Chi-Yu, which is obviously a fire type as well. And I've been trying to keep it pretty thematic on which mons I hunt for. Hopefully we'll have more in the future. Yeah. I think Crescent has been definitely branching out with more collabs recently. And I definitely do want to do a collab with Crescent as well at some point. It's just the problem is that our taste in video games are a bit too drastic. So it makes it a lot harder for us to be like, oh, we both played this game and we both enjoyed this game sort of thing to, you know, do a collab with. Remember when you let Shiny Cyclizard kill themselves? Oh my goodness. Don't worry, I remember it all too clearly because I have it saved. And it's put in my fails, my compilation fails list on my Shiny Dex. I don't know if that's the worst fail I've had. You weren't here during the Ting Lu session, were you, Shawnee? Because I missed 2 shinies by pure accident in that one. I was hunting in the desert for Silicobra, and I literally walked past 2 shiny Hippopotas Oh, right, yeah, that was another one too. That was a bad one too. Forgot who that was. That was Toxel. I opened up a picnic on top of it. But don't worry, we got it, and it had the Destiny mark, and he's called Picnic as well. So, definitely redeemed that one. That one was just... I think that one was heartbreaking at the fact that I found the shiny, and I easily could have had it, and I wanted to save the game to be for safety reasons. And, yeah, I just bundled it. This is... look at this shiny, isn't it so good? It's so pretty. But then again, I mean, most black shinies are often seen as very top tier. But yeah, somebody on my chat was like, you just passed a shiny, and I was like, really? And they're like, yeah, you did, and they clipped it for me. And then I finally found it, and I was like, perfect, I finally found a shiny Hippopotas that I missed, you know? And then that same person was like, oh, by the way, I didn't want to mention this immediately, but you did pass another shiny before you found this one. This is actually your third hippo. And I was like, no, I seriously passed 2 hippos? How did I pass 2 hippos? You know, like, I was kind of shocked. I was like, no way I passed 2 hippos. Like, surely I would have seen a shiny hippo. I was looking out for the shiny hippo the second time. And they're like, no, you passed a second one. And they clipped both instances, decided to take a look. And I was like, oh my god, I legitimately just passed 2 of those hippos. And one of them I was looking directly at. The problem is that I think in one of the instances of when I passed the hippo was I wasn't looking for it. And the second instance, it was sandstorming, so I couldn't actually see it. So yeah, and all 3 of those hippos were all female hippopotas as well. So technically it would have been the easier one to see, because the female hippopotas has a dark brown color compared to the male one. This Oricorio really doesn't want to... Did you time out that viewer? I would have. No, the viewer was being kind and letting me know that I missed those shinies. Thankfully I don't need hippopotas, but it did... I was kind of shocked of just how... I don't know how I missed those, to be honest. Also, this Oricorio does not want to get in the ball. I've been throwing so many luxury balls at it. Ignorance is bliss, though. It is true, but... I guess it's just perspective, I guess, of whether or not... I wouldn't time out somebody just letting me know about that, like... They're just being genuinely nice. Time out for making you feel bad. You make it sound like some people you would do it for funsies. Yeah, you just gotta be careful because, like, some people, like, if you time them out, yeah, you are also that as well. I don't even need to time you out. I just auto mod does it for me. Why aren't you going in the ball? Like, I bet you if I switch to a premier ball, you'd jump into it. Yep. Master Ball. Yeah, I know I could have. The insane amount of Master Balls I have due to all the bots on the internet. Oh, it's holding red nectar as well. Neat. Oricorio the Sleepy. Oh. Take that red nectar off it. How much time do I have? I probably don't have enough to really look for... Yeah, we'll just stick around, I think, in this area. Because I don't have enough time to go looking for another starter, I don't think. So we'll just stick around and then we'll evolve our Littens. Very nice. I'm gonna go continue assembling this furniture. We bought a bunch of stuff for the hallway. Nice. Good luck with your IKEA adventures. But yeah, if you guys want to see those hippopotas, technically I have them just, like, featured, so you can- Oh my goodness! Okay, sure. I'll take it. That one was less than 30 seconds, I'm pretty sure. I was literally talking about IKEA furniture. Not IKEA, considerably more money, but still flat packed. Yeah. Okay, can I catch this one in a luxury ball this time? Technically, I could... You know what? I probably should just false swipe it, right? It should be safe. Yeah, there we go. Okay, this one's in a luxury ball. Maybe I can use this one for my living decks. But the other one does have a mark, so... Yeah, this one doesn't have a mark. It's also not holding an item, so... The other one technically was rarer. Well, I mean... Oricorio is still a pretty neat Pokemon to give away, because... Because I won't need it. Because, I mean, Oricorio... You can catch any form of Oricorio and then just transform it. So, it is a very handy Pokemon to have if you want to give it to somebody. But yeah, we'll put the Premier Ball one into our living decks because it does have the mark. And, I mean, that was the first one we caught. But yeah, that's the Oricorio line done. And just in case if I missed one of my Oricorios, I have a second one now. So I guess we have to go back to Chimchar and Fennekin. I might go back to the Fennekin area and take... we might do the resetting with that one. And see if we can get an outbreak. Because, I mean, we caught the Littens really quickly. Like, this sandwich is also another force sandwich, I just realized. We got 2 Oricorios and 2 Littens on it. These fire sandwiches have been treating us pretty well, I must admit. All the Charcadets here too. Thankfully I don't need to hunt for you anymore, I have all the Charcadets I need. But definitely, if you haven't got Charcadet, I probably highly suggest you hunt for them now, due to Charcadet not having a very obvious shiny, and the fact that there is no way of looking for Ceruledge or Armor Rouge in the wild, it's just Charcadet. So getting the boosted for the event is probably way better. Alright. Sandwich is pretty much up. Quick scan. Alright. I guess we'll head over into Artizone. Alright, I guess we shall evolve. Let's evolve right here. Alright. First things first. This was there. Okay, I don't think... Did either of the Littens have a mark? Yeah, the second one did. So we might evolve the second one into the Incineroar. So the first one will evolve into just... evolve it into Torracat. Alright, let's do it. Thankfully, because these are so high leveled, you literally only need to give him one candy. Oh my goodness, because he's on the water. Nice. Alrighty. That is Torracat. Let's see if I stand a bit further back, will it be on the land? There we go. Oh, I just realized Litten's nose also changes color. I did not know that. I thought the nose stayed the same color. No, he's got a little white nose as well. And finally... we've got the great evil of the competitive scene. Incineroar. Yeah, truly scary. But we haven't got Intimidate. If we put Intimidate on him, suddenly it's like, oh, the true scary. Now, do I have Nectar? No, I only have the red Nectar that I just picked up. So we're gonna have to go into a Delibird present, I think. There is no Delibird present here. I think you can just buy it as a battle item. But yeah, that's another line done. 3 lines done today. Super. Oh, technically Oricorio also, so that's like 4 lines done. Really solid stuff. Okay, I think it's general goods. 1 jar of yellow nectar, please. Thank you. I find it funny looking at these sprites that apparently Flareon looks bigger than the Tropius. Does kind of suck that it's nighttime. It would have been nice to transform the Oricorio during the daytime where you can really see it pop. I just bought the yellow nectar. Where is it? You guys did see me buy it, right? Oh, there it is. Wait, why is it here and red is here? What? I don't understand. There we go. So yeah, you can see the Oricorios are slightly lighter, a lighter yellow, but yeah, the big change is that it is white in colors. Obviously, we can't really see the pom-pom effect as much due to the fact that it is not in battle. But yeah. Go on, reduce to atoms. Well, now it is, because we used it up. Alrighty. It is the 3-hour mark, so this is the point of the stream where I'm gonna quickly take a break, I think. But we'll quickly set up, we'll try and set up the Fennekin. I was a little worried. I thought I was getting stick drift for a second. I mean, it's not too big of a deal if I am getting stick drift. I know how to fix stick drift a bit. To a certain degree. Right, so we need to head back over here. Okay. I think we just stand... If we stand just around here, we might have a higher chance of getting the outbreak, but first things first, we'll save the game. So, from what I have heard, I cannot confirm it, is that, that if you're standing in the area, you have a higher chance of getting outbreaks. There's a Alolan Executor. Yeah, so all the outbreaks have changed, at the very least. Oh, yep, that's stick drift. I am not touching the controller, by the way, when I was walking forward. There is some stick drift. Might have to clean out my controller. Yeah. Thankfully, I've done it before, so hopefully it's a similar method. But yeah, I was noticing that I was starting to drift for some reason, and I was like, that's weird. But yeah, now I have confirmation, yes, there is some stick drift. Oh, there's a mini ore. No, I mustn't get distracted by mini ore as much as I really want to do a mini ore outbreak. I should also probably check out if there's a chimchar outbreak as well, so... If a chimchar outbreak happens, we'll also take that as well. Yeah, not getting any really good outbreaks, I must admit. Another outbreak I could really go for is, what is it? What's it called? The Poltergeist? Because I need Poltergeist as well. So close, but yet so far. Wonder if I should stand a little bit away, like not on top of it. Stand over here or something. Though I have to say, getting stick drift, it's been a while since I've gotten it, so... And I think this controller, in particular, I had gotten it back in the day. Whoa. Oh my god, we got it! Nice. It took a little while, but we got it in the end. You get any other interesting outbreaks? Take a quick glance. Minor outbreak. Oh, there's a Cinchino outbreak too. That could be handy. Haven't got it on the Switch 2, so I'm a happy camper. Well, it's not really the Switch 2, because I'm obviously not using... it's not like I'm using the Joy-Cons. Right. So, should be an outbreak of Fennekin here. It's still glad, obviously. Still a good thing. But anyways, I'm going to take a quick break. Might refill my tea, because I've actually drank quite a bit. So let's set up for Fennekin real quick. And I'll do a quick battle royale here. Because there's still a couple of, like, avatars here. People could get some points. And I will be back in a couple of minutes. So if you guys need to hydrate, take a break, get a snack, most importantly stretch everybody, because that's what I'm going to do. Go do that, and I will be back in just a moment. Alrighty, I am back. Let's see, a couple of people going online. Hey, and Cryo won the Battle Royale. Nice. Got myself a thing that I'm quickly gonna consume. And then we'll start the hunt for Finnegan, and hopefully now that we have an outbreak, it will be a little bit better. We are saving prior to KOing any of the Finnegan, just in case we don't get anything. So we should be okay. You just need one Finnegan, and then one Chimchar, and then I'm pretty sure that's all the fire types done. It's literally us getting one Chimchar, one Finnegan, and then that's it. I don't think there's any other fire types we need. Any other fire types are in other games that we can't access them in. Yeah, it really is. My goodness. Wow. There we go. I've consumed said thing. Alright. More sandwiches. Might have to actually do the Chi-Yu hunt over and over again and get some Herba Mystica. My goodness, I am really low on Herba Mystica. I really don't want to have to start doing that thing that I remember having to do back in the day. Which was to make the... Back in the day when I didn't have a lot of one particular type of Herba Mystica, so you had to do that thing where you just had to, like, chock full of a bunch of other ingredients on top of it. You know, like, was it like hamburger, green peppers and stuff? Now I know why... Oh, yeah. Now I know why one of my sandwiches nearly fell over. I got stick drift during the sandwich making. That's the one I use. Yeah, it's like onion, capsicum, hamburger, and then something else, I feel like. Yes, that's why I failed one of the sandwiches. My stick drift. It's drifting downwards, so yeah. I might have to give this controller a clean. I've got plenty of time today, so I'll do it after stream. Because I had to do it one time back in the day. And thankfully, where I work, there was a guy who was an electrician, and he knew how to... He had the right WD-40, I think it's called, or WD something. So I was able to clean all our Pro controllers, because we had a lot of stick drifts and a lot of controllers. And I was like, it's going to be cheaper if we can fix them rather than buying new controllers. Let's be absolutely real on that. And I mean, I was right, but now I guess we do have a couple of Pro controllers, but it definitely is very handy to have a bunch of fixed Pro controllers. Onion, tomato, tomato, that's what it was. Hamburger and green pepper. Yeah, I used to use that a lot back in the early games when I didn't have much Herba Mystica, so I couldn't be picky. But as the numbers started picking up, I was able to shortcut it, because that's one issue with a lot of the with that particular recipe, is that you're stacking a bunch of stuff on, and some ingredients just suffered putting things together. And especially if you need to make sandwiches over and over again too, that's another big issue. Man, look at all the Finnegan, definitely was a good idea to just go for an outbreak. But I want to get this one fixed. I like this controller. This Pro controller of mine that I have. Ooh, it's actually kind of dirty. I might need to give it a bit of an actual regular clean. It's It's a Monster Hunter Rise controller. So it has a picture of Malzeno on it for when Sunbreak came out. So it's pretty cool. No, don't go for the Magma, go for the Fennekin. Yeah, I think the only starters I have left really are water types. Wow, did you see that? I was pointing upwards. And then my character spun around 180 and like launched the other way. I definitely should get it fixed before I start doing going back to stories, that's for sure. Which is funny because it's the other stick, the right stick that I use, you know, for like, you know, rotating and stuff like that for when we do the head-to-heads. So I'm surprised it's the left stick that's having the actual trouble. But I guess you use the left stick more for like actual movement. So that's probably what it is. It's a little hard to see them. They're really small. Hopefully when the grey one does show up, it pops out in the grass. That's all I can say, because look at this. If you have the camera angled like this, you just can't see them. I think I posted, like, on my Discord, or, like, I think I showed it to Shawnee, I think he's left for now. I did show him, like, the absolute horror that was the inside of one of my, the Pro controllers that I think it was the one that my dad used a lot when he was playing on his Switch. Yeah. There was definitely a pretty horrendous looking furball in there. And you would look at it and be like, how did that all get in there? Like, you wouldn't imagine a lot of the stuff that gets into the Pro Controller being in said Pro Controller. Like, there was a lot of, like, fluff and stuff like that, and I'm like, how does that even get in there? Like, the opening for it doesn't seem like it'd be that big, but I guess even just, like, tiny little hairs that are just occasionally getting caught in there. Also, I spun around again. Yeah, if you see my character like moving towards the bottom of the screen, just know it's not me. It's just stick drift. Okay, so I think just a couple more KO'd and then we can just run around and hope for it to show up. Gotta cross our fingers because, I mean, there's still a lot of other mons spawning here. I think that should be enough, so now we can just run around. We can still explore the other areas, because Fennekin still do spawn around. But I think we'll have to try our best to stay within where the outbreak was. I know, I think back in the day when they got released, a lot of people were worried that Fennekin was going to be a fighting type back in the day. I kind of feel a little bit bad for Fennekin's line because it sort of sits in that weird, awkward situation where a lot of people prefer its mid-evolution from its final evolution. I don't actually mind Delphox. I think Delphox is cool. I just kind of wish that the stick it uses to fight with is always on person rather than it tucking it away somewhere you can't see it. But I know a lot of people prefer Braixen over it. I guess this is where all the Charmander is spawning. I like the Magician. Yeah. But I think Kalos had a decently, like, solid roster. I mean, Greninja's obviously a ninja archetype. You have Chestnut, which is like a sort of like a paladin archetype. And then you have the Fennekin line, which is the Delphox as like a magician or a wizard. Had a very RPG sort of feel to the three of them. So they were very solid designed starters, I think. I personally didn't get too attached to any of them. Like, I don't see one of them being like, wow, that's my favorite starter. But, I mean, it's very hard to beat Perfection in Torchic, so, like, that's just unfortunate on their part. Yeah. But definitely do prefer them than over, like, say, the Gala region. Gala is definitely the weakest lot of starter Pokemon in my honest opinion. Like, not a single one of them I was like, oh, I really, really like this one, or like, oh, this is one I would like on my team, sort of thing. It was, just looked at them and I was like, okay, I guess I'm gonna get a starter Pokemon. Literally, I think I chose Sobble because I saw so many people going for, like, I don't know, Squall Buddy didn't really click with me either. I don't mind Raboot. I like Raboot out of the three of the bunnies. But yeah, just even after I got Sobble, it never really, I never really said, oh wow, I really like all its forms. Like its mid form is kind of meh. But yeah, didn't get attached whatsoever to any of them. Which I'm very grateful that once we got into Paldea, that changed. Because I think all three of the starters are very solid, especially their final forms. That's kind of the thing. You need to make sure you hit in either the final form or the first form. If you do not land on either of those, then yeah, you're in a bit of an awkward situation. Yes, let's go! There it is! We can finally get this line done. Oh, it looks purple from a distance, doesn't it? And then you look at it closer and it's definitely grey. But yeah, look at that. The orange pops like crazy against it. Here's the problem. I do not know if it has, Flare Blitz. Wow, you just have Psychic. Wasn't expecting base Fennekin to have Psychic, I will admit. Yeah, I guess we could go hunt for Chimchar now. And we still have a decent amount of Sandwich left. Come on, I want you in the Luxury Ball, please. Man, these starters do not want to be in Luxury Balls. I think, like, the last few captures are, like, gotta fight for them to get in the Luxury Ball. And I want to put this one in the Luxury Ball. Actually, what? The other two, I think, I have them in the Dream Ball because somebody transferred a Fennekin in a Dream Ball, I think. Okay, you have Sunny Day and Psychic. Until I can confirm what the other two moves are, I am still not False Slashing. There we go. Not running that risk. Okay. Gen 4. Chimchar. So yeah, Chimchar is one of those ones that doesn't really change too much either. Definitely is a lot more noticeable in when it evolves. Nope. It was Will-O-Wisp and Fire Blast. Oh, right, because... Yeah. So we were at least safe, but I have not hunted for Fennekin, like, at all, so I could not run the risk. And I don't have the rest of my living decks with me, so it's all in home, so I can't check it. Unless I specifically open up home. Which I am not going to do. Could open it up on my phone. I'm looking at my computer screen and the shiny Chimchar does not look different from, like, at all. I'm just staring at it just like, I'm gonna have to open up Bulbapedia so I can get a better look at it. Though it might be because I got, like, a blue light happening on my screen right now, so that doesn't help. But I need to see both the regular form and the shiny form. Oh my god, it looks almost identical on the screen. I thought it goes a bit redder, but apparently it doesn't really on here. Well, yeah, I have a blue light on my screen so that my eyes don't burn out as quickly. And unfortunately, it's decided to activate around now, so it's like, oof. Felt the same way hunting Oshawott, so difficult to tell. Hello there, Captain Nick Ryan. Hope you are doing well. But yeah, I know what you mean. Some shinies, you stare at them and you're just like, I feasibly cannot tell the difference. But how are you? We just caught the last Fennekin we need, because we are doing a shiny living form dex. And since Chi-Yu dropped recently, I'm doing a, focusing on, I guess, fire types for now. And I think Chimchar is the final fire type I need before I'm totally done with fire types. I'm at least thankful that the one, like, Oshawotts, like the Oshawotts I think I caught were in Legends Arceus. I actually have an alpha shiny Oshawott. He's a big boy, big baby. And I didn't want to evolve it because I think it looks cooler being a big baby. Shiny Living Deck's quite the feat. How far along are you? If you would like to take a look, all you have to do is just do exclamation mark shiny, and that should give you a link that shows you my current progress. Obviously, it's not completely perfect there because I am going for a living form dex, so I'm hunting for every single form, including like alternate forms, gender differences, and stuff like that. Yeah, I felt like Chimchar was a bit more of a redder color, but it's a bit hard to tell. There's like no distinct feature about it that like pops out, like the flame doesn't change color, nothing. But I'm pretty sure it is a slightly red color. But I'm pretty sure I'm somewhere in the 900s at this point. I think that's where I'm up to in it. Transition to 3D also washed out a lot of the older gens. Yeah, that might be it too. Yeah, it's definitely a darker red in the old games. Which kind of sucks, because I know a bunch of my favorites did fall into the category of getting washed. But it is kind of funny because it's the opposite for like Combuskin, where they're like, let's just give him a new shiny, and it actually is a much better shiny in the 3D games. And they only added it in, I think, Sword and Shield. They just casually dropped it, like no fanfare or anything like that. They're just like, alright, new Combuskin. Which makes me wonder why they haven't done that with like previous other shinies. Because it would have been a good opportunity to do so instead of just doing one Pokemon. I can think of a lot of shinies that need it. Salamence was one of the biggest hits from Sprite to 3D. Yeah, Salamence is a way brighter green in the old games, isn't it? Numble is also another one that sort of suffered. The blue is a lot harder to see. It is a much brighter blue in the old games. I'm trying to think of, like, off the top of my head, like, some other shinies. I was gonna say something like one of the baby Pokemon, but then I remember I hunted, like, Igglybuff. I got an Igglybuff from my Cute Charm file in Platinum, and I couldn't tell the difference. And I was like, never mind, it's always had a god-awful shiny. I still cannot believe that I managed to find a shiny Igglybuff in this game by pure accident. Because I was in the middle of doing something and I walked away from my screen. And I came back and saw two Igglybuffs standing next to each other in front of me, you know, as they do when they're bored and they decide to stalk, like, jump up towards you. And I looked at it and I was like, one of them looks very, very slightly different. I think I'm crazy, but I'm going to check if it's a shiny, and I was right. Togetic too, one of my favorite Pokemon, but the shiny is nothing. Yeah. It's made a lot worse by the fact that I've been making shiny sprites for the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon things, because I'm working on making an entire, like, from Gen 1 to Gen 4 of the Pokemon Mystery Dungeons as sprites, because someone's only made it to Gen 1 and 3, and it's a bit outdated. But as I was working on making Togetic, I actually was looking at... I've been using Gen 4, like Heart Gold, Soul Silver, as my reference point for the shinies in terms of the palettes. Yeah, shiny Togetic has a blue tongue in the Gen 4 games as a shiny. Which you only see when it opens its mouth in, like, one of its animations. And it's, like, rather, like, a very niche sort of thing to know. And I was like, whoa, I didn't realize it had a blue tongue. And if it only had, like, it kept the blue tongue, I think it would have been a much more unique shiny. But yeah, there's your little factoid of the day about shiny Pokemon. One shiny Pokemon I don't want to get right now is the Bunny. I've already finished his line. Haunted part of the Blue Tongue crew too. Yeah, that's true. And then it goes to Gengar, and we're all disappointed again. Gengar is definitely... he's in the category of needs an upgraded shiny. And the worst part is that his Mega looks really cool. You know what, actually... that's actually a good thing I realized, because Mega Evolutions are coming back, right? So... we're going to be able to see some of the more distinct Megas, because I think, like... Mega, Gengar and Garchomp have, like, really drastic shiny differences. But I am curious to see if they're going to drop another Mega Evolution soon. Because they've been teasing about something on the company, so they might be dropping another Mega before the game comes out. I don't know how many more they're planning on dropping before the game comes out, but yeah, they're definitely going to be dropping something. Yeah, I think it's Malamar. I haven't looked at the leaked list because I don't like leaks. And I'd rather, like, you know, experience the game as it's supposed to be, which you can tell it really dampens people's expectations when you see a bunch of people being like, oh yeah, this is the new release of a Mega Evolution, but we already knew about it. So let's see what it looks like. And you're just like, isn't that boring? I have seen the leaks, but I will keep quiet, lol. Yeah, thank you very much for being considerate, though. I don't blame you for seeing the leaks, let's be real. Pokemon has, like, one of the leakiest buckets when it comes to shinies. Not shinies, it comes to, like, Pokemon in general. They've been having stuff leaked since Sun and Moon, so, like... that does not surprise me. Does it disappoint me? Slightly. Like, how have you not fixed this issue? Why is your stuff still getting leaked, you know? But yeah, we saw how in the previous two Mega Evolutions that got announced, they had like a promotional video and promotional stuff. So I obviously feel like it is most likely going to be a Mega Malamar. I don't know what it looks like. That's the part that will be interesting. And I don't know where I'd put my thoughts on Malamar getting a Mega. I am happy that they're starting to give Kalos Pokemon Megas, because I cannot believe that when we got the Mega, the last Mega, which was Hawlucha, I guess it's not spoilers at this point. If you don't know about it, I won't tell you what it looks like, but like, the fact that he's the like first sort of Mega Evolution from the Kalos that's not Diancie, I was like, oh, Kalos legit doesn't have any Megas. For the region that brought Megas, not having a Mega was weird. I love seeing the ones that turned out to be fake though. X and Y had really bad leaks, but not many of the ones I saw were true, like Mega Klinklang. Oh my god, I remember the Mega Klinklang. That's the thing that you miss out on with people making leaks, is that you don't get to see the speculative leaks. Do you remember back in the day when Gen 5 was announced and they had the silhouettes of the starters and people were coming up with all sorts of designs to figure out what they looked like just based on the silhouettes? I miss those days. People were creative back then. So I mean, Numel. This must be a... Oh yeah, it is an outbreak spot. The acorn duck one, or how people were calling Snivy Smugleaf back in the day. The good old days. Nowadays, people just actively leak stuff and play games at like Mach Speed 2 and then cause people to look into them early. Like... It was kind of funny because I think there was an interesting article recently. Because you know how Silk Song just dropped yesterday, I believe. There was a really interesting article where apparently Silk Song did a lot of things that normally wouldn't happen in this day and age. For example, it came out quite cheap. I think it's $20 to get Silk Song. And it's also on all platforms, so you just gotta fight the entire crashing site. But you know, that's something entirely different. But apparently there were no early releases for Silk Song. So there are times where game journalists would get access to these games early and then they attempt to play it. And Silk Song did not do that. Silk Song was like, nope, everybody's gonna get it at the same time. And it was kind of funny because this article basically had a tantrum over it. They were like, how could Team Cherry do this? Like, how could they deprive us game journalists from playing the game early? Clearly it is a bad sign for Silk Song and it's a bad game. And you're just like, uh-huh. I'm actually happy that Silk Song did that. That means nobody can leak the game early, nobody can do the final boss early, everybody's got to play it at the exact same time as everybody else. And I think that's a lot better, because I don't think I've seen any videos of people posting like final boss material like as soon as the game released. Like everybody had to play the game at the same time. Nobody was special. A team of 3 people took their time, made the game affordable in a time when game prices are nuts. Yeah. And they also didn't let game journalists play the games. Everybody got their fair share of the game. Chimchar is not shining. To be honest, I don't think I will be too fussed if I don't find Chimchar. Technically, I can hunt Chimchar in Legends Arceus, so it's not too big of a deal. So we'll definitely hunt for something else after this one. Because obviously there's no more fire types for us to hunt. And at least I'll have the shiny indicator in Legends Arceus. Yeah. Good on Team Cherry for like sticking to their guns and deciding like that they wanted to have everything released under their sort of method. And the fact that they were like, they are like sticking to the fact that they're going to be selling so short. Baffling that there's no shiny indicator in this game. Yeah, I do not know what the reason was that they decided to change it. If it was because obviously the shiny method is like sandwiches are pretty broken. But yeah, it does kind of suck that there's just no indicator to it. You actually kind of have to work for it. Maybe that's the trade-off. Because I believe these games are the ones that have the highest shiny odds. And yeah, I do agree as well. I do hope ZA does stick with Legends Arceus sort of thing. As much as I do prefer the higher odds of this game when it comes to shiny hunting, like, it is really crazy how good this is a method of shiny hunting without the indicator. Because not only are you, like, you can isolate the type you're after, you can there's, like, event outbreaks constantly. I can understand why they wanted to make it a little bit tougher, but yeah. There's nothing more dopamine filling than hearing that shiny sparkle in Legends Arceus. It hits different. True, and it's more accessible. It is, I guess. I think the only downside with Legends Arceus is that I only need like a handful of Pokemon from that game. So it's gotten to a point where when I'm hearing the shiny sparkles, I'm more disappointed than I am happy about the find because I'm just getting a lot of duplicates. Because it doesn't even matter if you like fully perfect a like a category, like a Pokedex entry to heighten the shiny odds. Sometimes the game just does not want to give you that Pokemon. Like it took me ages before I even got a shiny Zorua. Like, I was, like, hunting for Zorua, like, off-stream as well for, like, a long time, and it was I've only found one, and I still technically need another one to get the Zoroark. But yeah, the only Pokemon that I really need from ZA are, like, Unown and, the Hisuian Sneasel. And technically I need 3 of them. Minimum. Because I need the 2 gender differences of the Hisuian Sneasel, and then I just need 1 for Sneasler. But as you can guess, I haven't really gone back to Legends Arceus for a little while. I probably will go back to do some Unown hunting as well as the Sneasel ones. Just for, you know, a change of pace, to say the least. And I mean, we could also add the Chimchar hunt there too. Just to give us an extra buffer. At least with the Chimchar hunt, I technically can go for Infernape as well. And there's that guaranteed alpha Infernape on that island. So that's also an option. Because it's actually Infernape that I need, not Chimchar. It's just obviously I can't catch Infernape in this game. Yeah, the 2 Chimchars I've got before were both from this game. So I'm not going to completely knock on this one. Yeah, big alpha monkey. It definitely would be really cool to get like a shiny alpha mon. I do have a couple, so it still would be cool. I think we're almost out of the sandwich. Yep. The fact that that sauce buck spawned in definitely means we are done. Alrighty, let's get this Fennekin evolved. But yeah, when ZA comes out, I will be streaming it. Because I obviously don't want to get spoiled. Because let's be absolutely real. The moment that game drops, people are going to put in everything about the story and everything about spoilers. And I want to play that game as blind as I can, because I did the same thing for Legends Arceus back in the day. And I mean, going into Legends Arceus blind was so much fun. It'd been a while since I'd played like a Pokemon game with like absolutely no knowledge on it on stream. Because I did play Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl a bit of a while back. Obviously, this was before I started recording VODs, but yeah. Yeah, week before it is when the real leaks get out, yeah. Gotta stop looking on YouTube about Pokemon stuff for, like, weeks in advance. To try and trick the algorithm that I'm not interested, because I know the algorithm does that too. Alrighty. Let's get our last fox evolved. Yeah, that's a really nice purple on Braixen. And finally... Big Delphox. But yeah, it was like, when I wanted to play Bonanza, there were so many leaks I had to avoid, and unfortunately I have been spoiled on a couple of things, and there was nothing I could really do about it. So it's one of those reasons why I want to play ZA almost immediately. It's probably why a bunch of people played Silksong immediately, because they didn't want to get spoiled either. And I don't know how long of a game Silksong is, because I didn't play Hollow Knight, so I do not know for a fact how long those games are. Alrighty. I was spoiled on 2 on DK, yeah. It really sucks this day and age of internet, like, everybody has to get, like, videos out immediately. I think Brothership was another one. Thankfully I didn't get spoiled on Brothership, like, I did really well to avoid Brothership spoilers. So I got to play that game pretty much blind too, and that was fun. Okay, let me see. What do I want to go for? Oh, I didn't realize I missed Morgrim. Oopsies, I could have gone hunting for Morgrim when we were using that fairy sandwich instead of going for Klefki. Oopsie doopsie. I want to hunt for something that doesn't hurt my eyes. That's what I want to do right now. Take a break. Oh, wasn't there a Minccino hunt somewhere around here? Yeah, there is. This is a really obvious shiny. And I do need one for Cinccino. But yeah, I am slowly playing through Bonanza as well, and I've been enjoying it. Thankfully, I haven't been spoiled on a lot for Bonanza, just like one little detail. And though it's probably because everybody else was freaking out about it, that's why it got spoiled for a lot of people. Alrighty. I guess I should start KOing some of these guys. This is not the best place, but I definitely do want to get the shiny line of this one finished. Minccino is definitely up there as, I guess, a Pokemon I do like from Gen 5. I do like him. I used him on my team. I think he's just so cute. Perfect ear-to-head ratio. Look at all these little guys. Gen 5 had a lot of great Pokies. Yeah. I think the issue was that there were a couple of people who got upset about, like, some of the mons from Gen 5, and then they couldn't let it go. And they accidentally just totally ignored just, like, the rest of the roster, which had some really good mons. Let me just quickly change that real quick. Because I enjoyed playing Gen 5 back in the day when it first came out. And I just remembered, like, a lot of people just hating on Gen 5. But Gen 5 has, like, a lot of mods that I really, really like. Yeah, this stick drift is getting a little bit annoying. Oh right, there's a mass outbreak of fractures as well. Thankfully that's further down the island, so we can ignore it. There are a couple of normal types I do need, so if we do find this one, we can always go for it. When people get worked up on the ice cream Pokemon, but not the same outrage for Muck. Well, at least a lowland Muck is cool. I do like a lowland Muck. So, no slander against a lowland Muck. Lowland Muck is cool. But yeah, I know a lot of people didn't like Trubbish. A lot of people didn't like Vanillite's line. A lot of people didn't like Clink and Clang and stuff like that. I can understand that one. I'm not a big fan of those guys too. They're a bit boring. I think it was also because I'm just like, every time I look at them, I think electric type, but they're not electric type. Like, I'm always like shocked that they're not electric types. That should be enough Minccino for now. Let's get a sandwich going. I love them too. It's more people complaining that Pokemon aren't objects, but forget the object Pokemon in Gen 1. Yeah. I think that's the thing, is just I think it's a bit of nostalgia bias and stuff. But there is one Pokemon I won't forgive from Gen 5, and that's Cryogonal. That Pokemon I do not like. It's at the bottom of my list. I just absolutely despise Cryogonal. I do not know why. Like, it took me, I think it was like a mixture of like, you could never find a Cryogonal. But I do not like Cryogonal at all. Because it only spawns in like one area in one season. Like, you have to go out of your way to get one. So you wouldn't have any like connection to it because it's like there's nothing interesting about it. And then it's also just a fact like, oh, by the way, it's not that great of an ice type either. We'll use this pick. Okay, so this one shouldn't be too bad. Tofu's flat. I just gotta do it quickly before my stick drifts down. I think Gen 5 doesn't really have its really strong suits in terms of like ice types, I don't think. Yeah, no, focus. Focus and fight against the drift. I will reiterate the drift has only just started today as well, which doesn't help. I think it tends to drift more when I touch the Pro Controller downwards. It is a Pro Controller. It's my Malzeno Pro Controller. My Monster Hunter one. But, I do have the lubricant? I think that's what it is. It's like a WD-40 sort of thing. It's basically to help, like, loosen joints and things, but I have an electronic-based one because where I work there was an electrician that I'm co-workers with. So he was able to, like, point the direction for it because you obviously need to be careful with certain, like, sprays and stuff. You don't want ones that are water-based and stuff for electronics. So he was able to, basically show... He was like, yeah, I have this, and here, this will work, sort of thing. And I was like, oh, thanks. And he was like, by the way, you can keep this bottle. And I was like, are you sure? And he's like, yeah, it's almost empty. You don't need much of it, and I can always buy a new bottle. You've had success with it? Yes, I fixed 4 controllers before with it. I found a tutorial online, and I did it myself. I was able to fix 4 Pro controllers that we had. So we had a bunch of Pro controllers which had stick drift issues of varying degrees. So my Splatoon controller has a bit of drift from time to time. I'll have to try it. Yeah, I don't remember exactly where that... The thing is that if you're in America, you can use a different thing. The tutorial I had was an American tutorial. That's why I didn't recognize the name of the product. I don't think it's called what I just said, but, like, yeah. Thankfully, when it comes to the Pro Controller, there's not too many things you have to take out. You do have to be careful, obviously, with some bits and bobs, but most of it's pretty simple, I guess, in terms of, like, taking apart. You don't need to, like, take too much apart. And it was a Pro Controller. But, man, the amount of dust and stuff like that that was in there was shocking when I cleaned it. In some of those controllers. But yeah, I made sure to clean both sticks in my other controllers. Because, I mean, if I'm gonna open it up, I might as well, like, make sure it's fully cleaned on all sides so I don't have to close it again. But yeah, I don't know where the video I got it from. It was a while back. Wow, look at the rain. Oh, it must be thunderstorming. Inside an underground terrarium. Underwater terrarium, actually. But yeah, it's definitely cheaper than going and buying a whole new controller. It's just to fix your old controller. But yeah, if you're not confident with it, it's always best to get, like, always look up opinions on it. That's always my go-to thoughts on it. You want to make sure that you've, like, double and triple checked, because yeah, if you break it, then it would cost way more to get it totally fixed. I've heard the Switch 2 Pro Controller is more of a hassle to get open, which sucks. Ooh, that's... Thankfully, I'm still using a Switch 1 controller, because I saw no need to get a Switch 2 controller. Because I don't know what the difference is between a Switch 2 and the Switch 1 Pro controller, so I just... It does have a bit of difficulty tracking it sometimes when I'm trying to, like, connect it. I have to actually turn my Switch 2 on first and then turn on the controller. But yeah. Same, I don't want to pay $100 just to wake console from sleep, but it does feel nice. It definitely does help. Like, if you didn't have a Pro Controller and you got a Switch 2, then yeah, I think that's totally fine. Go for it. Like, at the very least, you can always go back to Switch 1 controllers if you need to, like, connect a bunch of different controllers. But yeah. Imagine if you showed up as a shiny. That would be surprising, but it could happen. Mainly nicer sticks, headphone jack, and HD rumble. Oh yeah, the headphone jack would be nice, because this one doesn't have a headphone jack. And HD rumble is fancy. But yeah, I would say nicer stick control would be definitely handy. There's actually quite a few normal types around here, I must admit. There's a bit of swabloos and stuff. You wait patiently for a special edition when they announce it. Ah, yes. You want to get fancy, fancy covers and stuff. Whoa, so many Souls bucks now. It's a bit cramped there. Thing is, like, it goes pink, but I don't know how pink it would be in the dusk light, so I just gotta keep an eye out for the yellow ears, I think, until it either becomes nighttime or daytime. But what I'm surprised is that the Cinccino is also here too. I guess they can spawn here normally. It's not completely out of the realm of possibility, but I am surprised that they're up here. I thought they were in a lower... I thought you could only find them in the polar biome, but I must be wrong. But yeah, I do at least agree that being able to play Scarlet and Violet on the Switch 2 is much better. Just in the sheer terms of like amount of mons that spawn in and just a lot less lag. Definitely is. If like you play these games, I probably would suggest getting the Switch 2 for them. You can still easily play it on the Switch 1, and I know some people suggest certain hunts are better on the Switch 1, because obviously there's the 15 to 16 shiny ratio trick you can use still, but you can't really use it here because now like 32 to 33 Pokemon can spawn at a time. Frame rate is uncanny coming from Switch 1. Yeah, it took me a long time to get used to it when I first tried it out. But once I did get a hang of it, I'm like, this is a lot better. Like, I can't ever see myself going back to Switch 1 just for Pokemon. At least for Scarlet and Violet. Sword and Shield's fine. I'm not going to buy another Switch 2 to shiny hunt on Sword and Shield if I do get that multi-viewer so I can hunt for multiple mons at once. There's actually quite a few normal types I realize that I haven't really hunted for. Like, I still need a lot of dealing and Sawsbuck just for the different seasons. And I'll obviously have to start hunting for Mousehold. At least with Mousehold, I think the best option is to just do the hunt in the in Kitakami rather than Paldea. Because I think it's in the Paradise Barrens that you can like isolate it there. And also you can see it a lot better because there's no grass to obstruct it, considering how small it is. Did not see that. Still cannot see that. We're at the 4-hour mark. How much? We've still got like 20 minutes of the sandwich, so I'd probably say this next sandwich after this one will be the final sandwich for the stream. This will be close to the 5-hour mark. But I would still say this has been a successful hunt for today. We got a lot of mons that we needed to add to our living decks. So made some good progress. And it's definitely a big improvement from us hunting Type Nolan to Solgaleo and Shield and Sword. We didn't get a single shiny on Monday. Though I still am debating what I want to do on Monday. I only have a short amount of time to decide whether I want to attempt to finish stories, because I still have to finish it. I could do it on Thursday still, that game. And I might, just for the, because it'd be a shorter stream. I still need to hunt for those, the last remaining, genes and stuff like that. I gotta say, it's kind of uncanny to have two different outbreaks so close to each other. It's like a fracture one right next to us. Yeah, it's a tough war in a way. Who would win? Fracture or Minshino? I guess it depends if the Minshino has a skill link. If it does, then it's all over for Fracture. Good old skill link Minshino back in the day. Fracture is a bad dude. That's true. But he does have access to, like... You'd have access to Outrage because he's like level, what? level 60 up here. Yeah. But at least he has a really good shiny. You can't argue with that. I stand with Minccino because it's cute. Yeah. I stand with Minccino too because I'm biased. I like Minccino a lot. And like I mentioned earlier, I did run Cinccino in black and white back in the day. I always remember, I think, it's probably in black and white too actually now that I think about it. Because they had the hidden abilities, and skill link's a hidden ability if I remember rightly. And it's like one of the first tutorial Pokemon that you got when they were showing off those hidden grottos. You remember those? Back in the day, hidden grottos were where they were only really testing the waters for hidden abilities back in the day. They weren't like 100% on board with hidden abilities. Nowadays, hidden abilities are like a huge part of the game. Some Pokemon live or die by hidden abilities. $17. There he is. Almost missed him. He wasn't as obvious as I thought he was going to be. Played Black and White, Black 2 a couple of years ago for the first time. It's great. Loved using Archeops to defeat his Dolt. Yeah, yes. I think the fossils are pretty solid in Gen 5 as well. They were very unique because it was like a... Actually, now I think about it, they're both like from Gen 1. Water, rock and flying. Lol. Here we go. So we have half a sandwich left. What do I want to hunt in this short period of time? Just pausing, turning the game off briefly or pausing it because the timer doesn't move whilst we're like this. Maybe dealing? Problem is this, where's the good place to hunt dealing in Sawsbuck with a normal sandwich? Komala is another one that I haven't done. Dealing? Are there any normal types up in Paldea's Mountains? Are you looking for a specific form of dealing? Not really. Because you can change the season for dealing easily. And that's also the same for Sawsbuck. So, to change Sawsbuck's and Dealing's season, what you do is you fight in a certain area, and then you save the game and turn off, and when you turn the game back on, I believe it changes typing. Not typing, it changes forms. Probably should also change the mon that we're hunting. So... And it probably would be easier to hunt for the winter version because the pink would stand out a little bit more on the brown. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. Because Dealing and Sawsbucks are not like forms that were tied to like once they evolved you couldn't like get another one of them. Or you couldn't change it. They're like Oricorio where you can change it. And because seasons are no longer a thing in these games, that's kind of how you have to change it. But yeah, I am looking for all forms of the Dealings and Sawsbucks. Funnily enough, I have two Sawsbucks in this game. I have the spring version and the summer version. What's funny about them is that the 2 source bucks I caught in this game, I wasn't even hunting for them. I just accidentally caught them. They just happened to be near me when I was hunting for a totally different typing. So they were full odds. But yeah, I believe it is that. I don't have the winter one of either of for them, so that would be handy. Oh no, I think I do have the winter one, but like, yeah. This happened to me with a spring dealing too. Yeah, it's strange. It's one of those Pokemon that I've just happened to find without looking for it. But yeah, dealing is also one I really want to get done as well. And I do have a special place in my heart for dealing. A big reason I think is like I really loved the idea that it could change typings. Well, not really typings, it changes appearance. Because I'm a big alternate form lover. I love me some alternate forms. But it was also because dealing's not too hard to draw. I made a flying dealing. Are you doing all the Vivillon, Minior, and Alcremie? Alcremie, done. Vivillon, done. Minior, I haven't decided yet, because you can't really tell the difference with Minior. If, I can probably post it really quickly. You ignore my stick drifting Miraidon walking away. I have a YouTube channel where I did a thing called a Shiny Hunting Month, where I think it was when I got 200 followers. I did 30 sessions of Shiny Hunting. And during those sessions, I hunted for every single type of Vivillon in this game. And I managed to get every single type. I used a combination of looking for friends in Pokemon Go and getting the postcards from the various locations and transferring them over. But yeah, I'm a big fan of those alternate types. For Alcremie, what I did was I got as many of the Milceries during the event they had when the Blueberry Academy dropped. And I mixed them all for different flavors, despite you can barely tell the difference. I did get all the toppings, so what I did was I made sure that all the flavors that I mixed were different, so technically when I transferred them to home, I had most of the different flavors as well. Minior's a weird one, because Minior's actual appearance doesn't change in-game, but in home it has a different color, and it's only in the mobile version. Which, I don't know how to explain that one. Or why that's the case, but yeah, in the home mobile version, if you see Minior show up on your screen as a, like, just showing off that, oh, this is here in the game, in your a favorited Pokemon of yours, I believe it does have a different tint of color depending on which core color you got. But unless they, like, outright confirm each of them have different colors, like in the mainline games, I am in no rush to get all the Minior colors as of now. Maybe sometime in the future, but yeah, it's not a priority to me because there are far more other Pokemon that I need to get first before I even think about that, essentially. But yeah, we did a big hunt for a bunch of Vivillon, so... On a side note, we have an entire box dedicated in home called the Hall of Bees, which are full of comb bees and Vespiquins that I caught during my Vivillon hunt. Because I caught far too many bees, to a point where even my chat was excited to see bees. Saving the bees, I certainly am. It's part infuriating and part funny at the same time. But yeah, I do not like Shiny Combee for that very reason. I even had a situation where in Legends Arceus, I was inside the Solosian ruins looking for Unown, and I heard the shiny sparkle, and I got so excited until I looked around inside the room and couldn't see like a single shiny unknown. And I was like, why did I hear the sparkle sound? And I started suspecting after a little while, because I thought I'd accidentally made it flee, but then I couldn't see it still. Went outside, it was a shiny Combi on the top of the ruins that sparkled. Because the range for the sparkle sound effect is quite long in Legends Arceus. It does not care about depth either. Man, it would be cool to get a shiny now, because it'd be the... You could have a chance of being the Blizzard mark. Unfortunately, this is not the shiny to do the Blizzard mark on, because I can barely see if I do even get a shiny because of how much snow is around. And dealings are... Shiny is not a totally obvious one from afar. It's obvious once you get close, but yeah. Swordsbuck, I believe, is a pretty obvious one where he just goes a very bright color. At least I can see now. I cannot remember if... I'm pretty sure Combi is an X and Y, so... Once we go to ZA, there's a very likely chance that I'm going to find more Combis. Thankfully, I've got all the bug types in that game. I do wonder if it will be a similar way of shiny hunting in ZA, like what their method of shiny hunting is going to be like. Is it going to be closer to Legends Arceus, or is this going to be a whole new method? I just hope that Furfuro will be able to transfer it with all the different haircuts into home. That's my biggest hope. Because I want to shiny hunt Furfuro, and there's no purpose of doing it in any other games except for like Go, because that's the only one that saves the haircuts as now. But it's not like I can go all the way to like Egypt and get the Pharaoh haircut. Plus, if they do make it that you can keep the haircuts in ZA, then I would just probably go hunt it in the previous games. Because I think you can do SOS method in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon with the shiny charm. So I'd probably take that as a method as well. Because people forget that SOS is a pretty good method. And it's just a little interesting, I think. You do have to be a little bit focused, but I think it was a very unique method hunting, and I did do it back in the day when I didn't understand how to shiny hunt properly. And I got some shinies from it, even though Shiny Charm wasn't available in Sun and Moon. I still got some shinies from that. And I do plan to go back to those games anyways, because there are some Alolan Mons that I cannot get anyway in any other games. And I'd rather be doing that than, like, say, doing like a Masuda method in those games. Because we did start a, I think we did start a Masuda method of what is it called? I'm blanking on it. Morlul. But I haven't decided whether I'm going to continue that hunt on Masuda method or if I'm going to I can do SOS on that instead. I feel like SOS might be slightly better, but yeah, unknown at the moment. It's funny how people seem to say that they can find dealings so easily, but not me. Like, I've seen so many videos of people like, yeah, I easily found a shiny dealing, and I'm like, I do not know how you guys do it. Anytime I hunt for, like, like hunt for these guys. I do not find the shiny. I had to be not actively hunting for them. I wonder what, yeah, I wonder what, Sandra should do last. Actually, what does shiny Sawsbuck looks like? Is the winter form? Is it like really bright? Oh yeah, it's like golden colored. Can't miss it. Definitely excited for D&D tomorrow, that's for sure. Thinking about it right now. That's kind of the downside of my Monday streams, I realize, is because between today and Monday, not much happens. It's the weekend. I'm usually, like, relaxing. So I can't be like, here's an interesting story that happened over the week, because the week hasn't happened yet. Which I feel kind of bad for those who are only able to come by on, like, Mondays. I'd be happy to trade you a spring Sourcebucks if you're interested. You stream D&D stuff too? So it's actually my friend who streams it, but I am one of the participants. So we're doing a Ravnica campaign, and I go over to their channel to do it. But I can shout them out, so if you are interested in to join us tomorrow, Australian time being 8 o'clock in the morning, that is available. They are the Alchemist. They're a high school friend of mine, and they're the ones who actually got me into streaming. But yeah. I mean, if there's anything you would like in return, I can probably trade it. Though I am trying to do a lot of these mons with my own train ID, but I don't mind getting a couple just to fill out the decks so I can focus on the other ones later. That's kind of like my thing I'm doing now, is like, if I can catch it myself, then I try to do that first. I totally will take trades if needed. And then, once I finish the shiny decks, which I don't foresee happening in a very, very long time, I might go back and start, like, clearing away some of the shinies that I don't need anymore. But yeah, is there anything you're interested in to trade? Because I do have Pokemon Home, but like, you're welcome to have it, but I understand if you want your own OOT on it too. Yeah, I don't mind at the moment for OOT. I think the only thing I do mind is if it's in English. I do want to keep my living dexes in English. That's probably the only thing that I have like the biggest stance on. Oh, and Pokemon Go. I've been trying to get rid of a lot of Pokemon Go Pokemon. That's like my oh my goodness, a bunch of dealing going off behind me. Those are like my sort of criteria for now. It's kind of why I want to hunt for some other Pokemon like Morlull and eventually beat the Beoware line, because I transferred them from Go and they have the Go stamp just bam plastered on there. It is English, caught by me, so it's legit. Nice, nice. But like I said earlier, is there anything you would like in return? I mean, I have... What do we have? I have like... I think the only things that I don't need are like the Klefki, Magma, the 2 Litleos, the extra Oricorio, and a Numel that we caught today. Because I wouldn't feel fair for like to just trade something and give nothing in return, you know? Especially since I've had situations where, I mean, a Klefki would be cool if you're willing. Oh yeah, I don't need the Klefki at all. The Klefki I have is safely in home and was caught back in Oras with the Dexnav, so I'd rather the Klefki go to somebody who really wants it than just have it sort of sit in my box doing nothing and eventually be traded off later. Plus, I think I could test out the whole changing the swordsbuck design, or like the dealing design. But yeah, the sandwich will be finished in like 2 minutes, so I can trade then. I'd probably trade it here because it's a bit easier because it's in the game here. Because I just caught it today. So, as long as you have the Switch online, that should be okay. Plus, we have a little bit of time before the end of stream and before I do the last sandwich, because the sandwich takes like half an hour. So give me a bit of time to like think about what I want to hunt for next. Because it looks like dealing does not want to show, unfortunately. But we did get the Minccino, so I'm happy about that because I can evolve it now. I think I should have enough shiny stones to evolve it. That's probably something I should check. Because I'm pretty sure shiny stones are like, you just find them around, you can't buy them. I love the little hoppy thing that they do. It's so cute. And they're just chilling. Oh, I found one! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, right at the end. So I actually have a winter dealing. I don't have a winter swordsbuck, so I could technically evolve this, or I could just keep it as a dealing. It might be better to keep it as a dealing. But I can change it to the other forms, so that's something we could test. If my method is correct. I think that's what I heard, so just check this out. Make sure it's a thing. Alright. I was almost losing hope I wasn't going to find one, I'm not going to lie. I was like already gone through the different... Wow, less than a minute on the clock. Alrighty. Let me save the game real quick. Yeah, it came in clutch for sure. But I will still accept another dealing for sure. I need like... I only have one, I think. Hey, early riser, the dawn mark. I think we had a dawn mark earlier. Alrighty. So, if I remember rightly, autumn dealing spawn here, I think? Yeah. Wow, my game was not happy for me changing locations. Alright. But I'm pretty sure, like, dealing can spawn in this area. Yeah, there's a swordsbuck over here. So, I believe... Okay, so right now it's a winter coat. I think if I just do this... we'll run into you. Okay. Take out this Lorantis. Almost evolved it by accident. Okay, if I save the game... Turn the game off, and we turn it back on. I think this is it, okay? Don't quote me on it yet, till I've proven it, okay? I am not an expert. No. Cannot quote me yet. I think it should be an autumn form now. Yeah, I was right. Now it is an autumn dealing. Alright, I was correct. So yes. Go to the location where you can find other dealing. I don't know if you need a battle, but I just did it for safety. Save the game, turn it off, and the dealing is now a different color. And this happens every time you battle it. So yeah. There's your fun factor today. If you need to get every different type of dealing, you can always just hunt one dealing in one area, which honestly, I think the mountain area is probably a good one, because there doesn't seem to be any other normal types that can basically overwrite that one. You can isolate it very easily, but there's also another thing that we need to do. And that is... evolve you. There we go, Cinccino line is done. It is kind of interesting that the Cinccino, despite being the almost identical color to Minccino, their shinies are totally different. Look at him. He's such a baby, I love him so much. Majestic, yeah. Alrighty. 2 more entries to the decks. Also, did you happen to be ready with your dealing if you still want to trade it over? Captain Nick? Alright, I'll quickly get onto the online first. That is something I should ask. Do you have the online available? Because I know somebody else wanted to trade me something last session and they didn't have the online. Yes, okay. We'll use our handy dandy link code, which is the one we use every single time. And you just let me know when you are ready. And I'm going to also figure out what I'm going to hunt for next. Alright. Begin the search. Okay, I'm going to assume this is you, considering you have the same name. So yeah, this is our Klefki right here, in the luxury ball. The dealing. Oh, it's a Swordsbuck. It's still good. I still need Swordsbuck as well, so that's totally fine. In fact, we can actually change his typing right here, because I do have the spring one already. So I can actually change it into the autumn one while we're standing here. But thank you so much for it, regardless. But this Klefki is going to go to a good home. Plus, I think you can nickname it now, because as long as it's not been nicknamed, you can nickname it exactly once. Alrighty. Swordsbuck. I'm glad that Klefki is going to a good home. Alrighty. Let's do that thing we did before. So let's check out this. Yeah, look at him. The Savannah biome. It's probably where I found mine too. Alrighty. Probably could take out this dealing. There we go. Rookies. Yeah. Alrighty. KO'd with the Swordsbuck. It'd be funny if I don't need to KO something and I'm just punching things because I can. It's actually, yeah, there's quite a lot of normal types I still need in this game. There we go. Now it's an autumn steel Sawsbuck. It's gotten a Premier Ball. Nice. So we'll put him here. So that's 3 Sawsbucks. I only need 1 more, and then I need 2 more dealings. And then I will be finished this line. Because I do have a winter dealing in my home. The thing is that with the winter dealing, I actually got it using RNG manipulation in black and white. Because I do count RNG manip as a viable method. And of all the games, black and white, or Gen 5 is the easiest to RNG manip, I would say. Alright, where do I want to go? With the half an hour I have left. I could hunt for Rockruff again, it's only 1. Oh, I've never tried anything like that before. Yeah, it's an interesting method, and there's definitely a lot of really great guides. I believe, what's his name? I'm a Blissey, I believe his name is, on YouTube. That's where I got most of my guides from. Papa Hefe is another one that's a really good guide, and he even has guides for like RNG manipping up in like to the more recent games like Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. In this game, you can't RNG manip, except for one thing you can RNG manip, and that is the item printer. No joke. That is the only thing you can RNG manip. And it's still pretty good, because you can RNG manip it to get any type of like Terra Shards or like any type of the Apricorn balls if you need them for your shiny hunting. And I believe it's also not a hard RNG manip to do as well. I haven't tried it personally, but that's what I've heard. What other normal type could I go for? I mean, Kamala I still need to get. I was just talking about Squawkabilly. So that's another one I could possibly do. Yungoos and Gumshoes I've never hunted for in this game. Maybe I should. Despite how common they are, I just haven't hunted for them whatsoever. My goodness, it's raining though. Holy heck. So they suggest going up this cliff, and I can see why. It's probably to avoid Giraffarig, because that's also a normal type. Nope, Giraffarig's still up here. Oh, but so is these guys. Well, there's dealing here too. What's this game talking about? This isn't a good place to hunt for Yungoos. Oh no, it's downstairs. Right, okay. That makes more sense. It's in the cave area, not up here. It's in here. I'm gonna find a flat place to make a sandwich. Because Lord forbid you make a sandwich on a 30-degree angle. But yeah, this should be the last hunt. And plus, it's also handy because I haven't gotten either of these two. So, if I do manage to get one, I can still stay here and not have to worry too much about it. Alright. Gen 7. Yungoos. Where are you at? There he is. It's not a bad shiny. I just don't really care for these two. So I haven't bothered ever hunting for them. It seems that my stick drift is like very minimal stick drift. It's like when I'm in a menu like this, it's not strong enough that it like pushes the stick to the next option. It's like very, very weak stick drift. It's only when I'm like moving around the overworld where there's nothing holding me back. I'm gonna make sure I get it fixed, that's for sure. So I can stop complaining about stick drift. Oh. Imagine if stick drift was caused from me playing DK Bananas. Oopsie doopsie on that part, if it is the case. The game can't handle the monkey. Well, at least we'll be playing Bonanza next week, on the weekend. I haven't decided what I'm gonna do though. I think I might pick up the next power-up, I guess we can call them. And then I might just double back. Because we did clear one layer of all its golden bananas. I mean, Banandium gems, not golden bananas. I'm thinking DK64. And fossils, so I kind of want to go back and just start picking up skill points, because I kind of need them now. Because I know good, not good at it. I wish to become monkey, but I'm not good at monkeying. I haven't embraced and unlocked the ability to just become monkey. And also that I don't play many platformer games, so I'm not the best at them. Okay. At least in here... Oh, Dunsparce can spawn in here too. Not that I need Dunsparce or Dunsparce, because I used RNG manipulation to get me the 3-segmented Dunsparce. Because that's just a casual known fact that, for some reason, like, a Dunsparce caught in Gen 4 with a specific nature and serene grace always turns into a 3-segmented Dunsparce. I have no idea how they found this out, but they did, and it makes my life a lot easier because I could easily use my Cute Charm file to RNG manip the Dunsparce. And I can skip all that hunting for a bajillion Dunsparce to get the 3-segmented one. I cannot do that with mouse hold. That I am locked into that one. I do not look forward to the day that I'm going to hunt a ton of mouse hold. But it's there. I guess I'll just have to give away the mouse holds if I don't find it. At least with shiny hunting these guys, the pink part is on the top of their body, so I should be able to see it. Though some of the angles here are a bit iffy. There's a gimme ghoul up there. And also, they are spawning in pretty frequently, so it's a good thing I double checked with that video. I was legit gonna hunt in the upstairs area, which would have been bad because I don't think there'd be too many things spawning in. At least against Dunsparce, it's not too big. Plus, Dunsparce run away, so they get rid of themselves off the map as well, which is very handy when you want to pull in new encounters. And also, the cave's dark, so the Dunsparce and the young goose pop really well. Good for my little old eyes. I know one Pokemon that was hard to hunt in the Switch 2 version. Cyclizard. You wanna know what it feels like to play a Toho game in a Pokemon game? Just get a shiny sandwich for Cyclizard only, and it feels like a Toho game. You gotta dodge every bullet, which is every single Cyclizard running at you in all different directions. But yeah, I probably will be taking a little bit of a break hunting in these games. Unless the Pokemon Company comes up with a new way to pull me back in once again before ZA pops. I still hope that they do release more legendaries, like Even if it's just these type of event raids, I am totally fine with that. Because one, it brings people back to the game, but two, it allows people to get it. Oh, there's one! Wow, I spotted him from a distance. He's really pink. Look at this guy. Oh, his fur's sort of like a darker color too. Like the brown part of the fur. The pink is also definitely darker compared to young Goose's on the thing. It's actually a really nice pink, I have to say. You know what? You can be in a heel ball. If you want to. Oh yeah, super pink. Yeah. But yeah, I think the brown part of the fur also goes a darker color, like looking at it compared to the other ones. That's why it popped out, like I was like, oh, that's definitely the shiny. Alright. It is a bit of a tiny little bit of a worry that we found the fully evolved first. Because usually that means that, wow, he wakes up so quick. Do they have, no, they shouldn't have an ability that, they don't have early bird. He's getting one turn wake ups. But yeah, I'm always worried when I find like the fully evolved mons, because there is the very slight chance that we might find 2 fully evolved mons, and that doesn't help us in any circumstance. In the ball. Okay. Apparently the heal ball was not good enough for him and he needed a luxury ball. Understandable. Luxury ball's best ball. Ah yes, I like this camera angle. Goodness. Gumshoes specialize in relentlessly tracking down prey. The simple-minded Squovet doesn't seem to provide Gumshoes enough challenge. Nice. Which I find so funny because apparently Alolan Rattata gives him too much challenge. Due to the fact that they just decided to become nocturnal and they immediately just outplayed them. Alrighty. So now we just gotta look for a pink Yangoose. And then we'll be done for this line. Oh no, I guess Gumshoos is already like a darker color in general. I thought it was more darker just because of the shiny, but it looks like it is just genuinely a darker color to begin with. Okay. I feel like this is one of those mons that people don't commonly hunt in these games due to the fact that it was definitely one of those mons that are very easy to do in Sun and Moon. How much time do we have? Yeah, we have plenty of time on the sandwich. Let's hope that we find it before the end of stream. Oh, right. Nick, I should have asked you if you had done the ogre ousting since you just had your game open. Probably put it away by now. Because I still have to do that, the ogre ousting hard mode. Because I know they nerfed, oh no! The thing I said wasn't gonna happen happened. Oh no! No! This is the one situation I didn't want happening. Oh, I shouldn't have said it out loud. The game heard me, obviously. I did finish it hard mode as a painless save a team of 4. From what I've heard, apparently they've nerfed it a bit, so it's a little easier with just even like a team of 2. Because I need to eventually do it. I don't know if a team of 2 would work, but I was like thinking about it, I was like, oh right, because it has the shiny Munchlax. Because I actually have a spot opened in my living decks where I have not hunted for it because I'm just like, I specifically want that Munchlax because it has a unique mark that I don't have, and I want to put it in my living decks. That's why whenever I do like normal type hunts, I never, unless like, I make sure I'm like far away from Munchlaxes in Kitakami for that specific reason. Anyways, we unfortunately caught 2 Gumshoos, which I really didn't want happening, but it has. Never mind, the pink one just showed up immediately afterwards. Game heard me complaining. Apparently all 3 of them are female as well. Okay. Thank goodness. I was gonna complain a lot more if we didn't get that one. Actually, this one came very quickly afterwards. Let me go into my living home decks. Some maps are also better than others. Munchlax is guaranteed jumbo. Yeah, I heard it is guaranteed jumbo, but I think it has the crafty mark, which is something I don't have. I don't know, is there a way to choose which map you get in the Ogre Ousting? Apparently, you can now do it solo on certain maps. It's very, very hard, but it's possible. Anyways, let's mark that Yungoos and Gumshoos are done. That's another line immediately done. The Munchlax is just a big boy. Man, look at today. Look at the amount of shinies we found from up here all the way to here. The group I was with would just leave if the map was bad and then try again. Understandable. Alright, I need to look for another normal type really quickly. How much time do we have on... Because we did dealing today. Don't need to do any of you. Don't need to do... So it's Kamala and Squawkabilly that I can see off the top of my list that I need to do. I technically need to do Lechonk as well. And I also technically need to do Indeedee, but I need specifically female Indeedee, I believe. I have the male version. So I don't really want to hunt for Indeedee with this sandwich because I can't do that. Fletchling I don't need. Lechonk I need only specifically for one gender. I am missing the other gender. So... yeah, I might hunt for Squawkabilly. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I see the word hall and I'm not too sure what you're talking about. I just looked over and saw it. Might need to clarify that one real quick with me. Okay, Squawkabilly. We'll just grab the green one here. I mean, Squawkabilly's all the same. It's just look for pink afro. Then hall of... ah, right. Yeah. It is a big haul. I don't need all of them, but I am very happy that I've got a lot of lines completed today. Like, for example, that Tinker Tuff that I have was the last one I needed for the Tinker Tink line. And just as I was, I opened up the game today, it was just there. So I was like, oh, okay. I might as well hunt that first before we do the Ting Lu. But yeah, I'm looking forward to when we get the last of the Treasures of Ruin. Complete set, to say the least. Alright, let's see what we've got here. Tandem Mouse is also here as well. So what I might do is we'll bring in our handy dandy Golduck. And like, you know, KO the tandem mouse just in case. I can try to take a closer look at them, but it might be just easier to just KO them. I technically have the green Squawkabilly, so kind of don't need this green Squawkabilly, but unless we get an outbreak, I can't control what color it is. So let's hope for the other three colors. Can I just walk up onto this wall? No, I have to go up the stairs. Alright. It is interesting though, fun fact, you can shiny hunt the Squawkabilly that's on top of your house in this game. I think there's 2 of them that are up there, and they're guaranteed to be there. Which is just really funny. Because you don't get Squawkabilly until like a lot later in the game, so if you really wanted to run with a Squawkabilly in your team like a lot earlier on, you technically can just grab it there. Obviously you need to get Miraidon before you can do that. One, because you need to be able to catch Pokeballs, but you need to be able to jump up onto your roof, which you can't really do that with human legs. But it is a really unique sort of spawn, considering that they're a lot later in the game. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting hunt, this one, because of just... I have to pay attention to what colors I need. You can't change the Squawkabilly's colors, unfortunately. Once it's a set color, it's a set color. Though I do find it funny that each of the Squawkabillys actually have unique Pokedex entries as well, depending which color you get. Problem is that these Squawkabillys are also aggressive. So they keep attacking me when I'm trying to look at them. Trying to check out the tandem mouse. Oh, to be honest, I probably shouldn't pay attention to the tandem mouse, even if there is a chance it's a shiny. Because it will just probably waste time. Problem is, it's the same color as the white Squawkabillys, so I keep double taking. What should I choose? Oh, the kebabs. Gotta quickly itch my ear. Yeah. Unfortunately, with ears being underneath the headphone set, it's a bit hard to do that without being having to move your headset. I like how these birds don't even fly towards you when they try to attack you, they're just walking. I still find it interesting that this is the Pokemon they chose to fly around for the taxis in this region. Obviously the understanding is because Tinkertuffs and Tinkertons are attacking the Corviknight, but I feel like there couldn't have been a better Pokemon to use instead of like a bunch of parrots. I don't know how strong these guys are, but like you'd feel like they're not that strong to lift a whole like a Pokemon taxi, which the Pokemon taxi not only has you in it, it has a driver in it too. At least with like Corviknight and like, what is it? They had Skarmory and Noctowl in the other regions. In the Blueberry, I think it's Skarmory and Noctowl and Kitakami. Like, I understand it's because this is the regional bird, but surely I feel like there would have been something else. Actually, wait, did they even introduce any other bird Pokemon in this region, or was Squawkabilly kind of the only one they introduced? Oh, there's a shiny there. I almost missed it. And it is a color I need. Yeah, Kilowattrel! Why didn't they use Kilowattrel? That's a big bird. He's a big guy, and I like Kilowattrel too. I know people are like, oh, discount Zapdos, but I like Kilowattrel. Alrighty. 2 birds down, 2 more to go, technically. But I do not know if I have enough time to get another color bird. Mice, so I'm gonna take him out. Bombardier? Yeah, probably not Bombardier. We probably shouldn't put the bird that drops rocks on people in our taxis. Gonna say we'll hard pass on that guy. But yeah, Kilowattrel I think is probably the best option. So yeah, I don't understand why they went with tiny little parrots. Maybe it was the only way to have any, like, identity for them. They're not the really most memorable Pokemon, I'm going to admit. Even with the different colors, I'm just like, oh yeah, that's right, these guys are in the game. I almost said Flamigo, and I realized that was a stupid idea. Flamigo is a flamingo. And I do not think Flamigo can fly for that much with his tiny little wings. Or maybe Flamigos are... well, they're fighting types. Maybe they're buff enough that they can carry one of these things. The problem is I'm now imagining that one minigame from, what is it, Rhythm Heaven, where they had those little birds with the long legs. I'm just imagining a bunch of them trying to fly, and they're doing that little hoppy fly that they do in the minigame. That's what I'm thinking of right now. Esparthra or Flamigo, lol. Yeah, Esparthra, no. I don't even think Esparthra can fly. Like, I have not seen that chicken go anywhere off the ground. I'm pretty sure it's based on an ostrich, so it is definitely not going anywhere. But yeah, I am trying to imagine Flamigo now trying to pick up an entire taxi and fly with it. It's like its tiny little thin legs just grabs onto it, turns into a bulking, like, muscle. I'm just carrying it with just one leg. Hey, look at that! We even got the blue one! Oh my goodness! Let's go! Well, I'm definitely gonna have to do an isolating, what are those 2 blue ones in the background doing? They're trying to get away, but they keep running into each other. Look at that. So all I need is the yellow one. I technically can get another green one as well if I wanted to. Because I need the green one. The green one is like, I have it, but it was given to me by someone else. So I am totally fine with another green one. So I can make it my own trainer ID. My goodness, I was not expecting to find another one. We still have like 10 minutes to spare. I hope it doesn't affect my luck. Because I know my extreme of luck will definitely kick in if I'm not careful. Plus, I used up a good chunk of my luck in the D&D session on Tuesday, which is a private one, not on stream. I rolled 4 nat 20s in the 3-hour session. And before you say, wow, that's incredible, I've also rolled 3 nat 1s in a row in another session and rolled nothing higher than a 10 in a 3-hour session. My luck is one end to the other. No in-betweens. I bet you, like, after I do this stream and I log off and everything like that, and my DM's like, hey, how'd your stream go? And I tell him that I found so many shinies that I needed, he's gonna be like, yeah, you're gonna be rolling ones for the rest of the session next Tuesday. Like, I've even expected. I've, like, already gone through all the stages of grief knowing I'm not going to roll very high on that session. I just hope it's not too bad tomorrow, because we are in a dungeon, so I'd rather not endanger my allies due to my bad rolls. But I think we should be okay if we just take it safely, and thankfully the D&D that we do on stream, everybody's very cautious with their characters. Like, we don't really have any reckless players, so I think we should be okay. Like, a couple of them are rather new. I think this Ravnica campaign was like Crescent's like sort of first real taste of D&D. So Crescent is, and I think Jaxie also or Rat Scratch I should say, are very like on the ball when it came with like, I don't think anybody's really rolled death saving throws. I think the moment somebody like went unconscious, somebody was already there to try and get them back up immediately. Meanwhile, our other campaign, which is we're doing in Icewind Dale, is so brutal. We've had like 5 character deaths so far. And we're just like, 2 of them aren't technically dead, they just got petrified and we're not high enough level to revive them. But yeah, it's not looking good for them. And also, I mean, I think my other campaign, my Tuesday campaigns group, definitely have had moments where we're like, yeah, we're just balling, let's just go. We definitely did that in that boss battle that we had on Tuesday night. We were very underprepared for that, to say the least. We probably should have slept so we could have got a bit of health back and such. My old team was very reckless, a lot of new characters were made. But yeah, sometimes it's the fun of it, isn't it? You can't always get, like... It's also, I guess, with your DM, if it's funny or not, because, for example, when we were doing our Ravnica campaign last 2 weeks ago, we do it fortnightly, my character wanted to take a tooth out of a creature that we just beat. You know, just to bring it back for the specimen samples for the research that we're doing in universe. And I realized, like, above table, I realized, oh wait, my character's never done anything like this, like, at all. Usually it's all the other people who, you know, go out of their way to get samples and collect things, so I actually don't know how to do this, technically. And I decided to go into the brain of my character being like, how would they do this? And my solution was, well, I am a warlock. Maybe I'll just Eldritch Blast the tooth out. You know, just apply a little bit of force and just push it out of the socket. You know, like slamming a door shut, sort of thing. And yeah, I was asked to roll an attack roll and I rolled a nat 1. So our DM was like, yeah, the other party were getting ready, and then there was just an explosion of blood and guts. Because you just basically exploded it whilst trying to use an Eldritch Blast. I got the tooth. I'm just covered in blood and like got cut by some of the bone shrapnel from the exploding. But it was funny, I'm not gonna lie. Usually nat 1s kind of suck, so getting a funny nat 1 was pretty funny. I mean, nobody died, I just took a bit of damage. Alrighty. Hit him with full power, 0 precision, lol. Yeah. I wonder if this will work. Just like the SpongeBob nuke explosion. I mean, it was dead, it wasn't moving anywhere, but like... The rest of my party just turned around and see me just covered head to toe in guts and blood. Thankfully, we had someone who's got, is it prestidigitation? Prestidigitation. I think that's the one where you can clean things. So, yeah. If it wasn't dead, it was after that, I know. It certainly was. Oh. There's another shiny. Unfortunately, he is a repeat. So I don't need this guy. We've got two white and 1 blue. Well, that's okay. I think the sandwich is just about to wear off, so it's all good. This guy looks a little bit bigger, like just in size-wise. Alrighty. That was actually a really good sandwich, I just realized. Was that a new record? I think it was. Because I think that's 6 mons we caught, right? Because we caught 3 Squawkabillies, we caught 2 Gumshoes, and 1 Yungoos. So yeah, that's 6 mons on 1 sandwich. That's kind of wild. I only have 1 other sandwich that's done that. It is a bit of a shame it is a dupe, but that's totally fine. I can check it to see if it has a mark after the sandwich wears off. But yeah, this is actually a really good spot to hunt for Squawkabilly. Because you can just go in and out of Levincia without much worry. And I think normal is also the better option, just so that you can limit any other mons here. Because I think flying might have a couple of other things like Hoppet and stuff like that. Because I know Hoppet spawns on the other shore, so it might be best to do a normal sandwich here. I mean, the only other mon that you really have to deal with is Tandemouse, and I mean, it can be bad because Tandemouse is hard to tell if it's a shiny or not. I don't know how some people do it where they can just eyeball it. Right. I think I only have like, what, a couple more checks? And then we can take a look at our haul. Just quickly speed running through some of these encounters, since we're almost out of time. Yeah, there's Murkrow here, so normal sandwich is probably for the best. Alrighty. Do you have a mark? You do not. Alrighty. Massive progress, regardless. Alrighty. And that is it for today, I believe. I'll take a quick gander to see if there's anybody I know who's streaming at the moment. Aura and Aloe are streaming. They just dropped by earlier, so I should pay them back. Hold up, they're still technically watching my stream. Okay. That's funny. But I'll raid them back. It's probably what I should do. But we'll take a look at the mons that we managed to get. So, we got ourselves the last of the Tinkertuff line. We got a Clef Key, which was traded for a Sawsbuck, which we've now made the Autumn form. We have a Ting Lu, which we got from the event. We have a Carcol. Colossus, which finishes that line as well. Random Magma that we don't really need. Random Numble that we don't really need. 2 Litleo that we didn't need, but that's fine. We all got those on the same sandwich too. We got our Toracat. Now Incineroar, which finishes the Litten line. We got the last Oricorio that we needed, which we changed to the yellow form because we caught 2 red ones. We got the last of the Fennekin line with Delphox. We finished the Minccino line with the Cinccino. We actually caught a Deerling, and we made it the Autumn form because it was the Winter form. We got 2 young Gumshoos. 1 Yungoos, yeah, the pink is definitely a different colour. And we got 3 Squawkabillies, with 2 of them being colours that we needed, being the grey one and the blue one. Overall, massive. Alright, let me quickly get the raid started. Big 5 hours, yeah, so that's 6, 12, 18... and 22 shinies today. So yeah, it's a massive amount, to say the least. Alrighty. Oh, and thank you so much for the follow. It is the end of the stream, but now that you are following, you actually have access to all the stream avatars as well. Which are the Kirby ones, the Tamagotchi ones I made, and the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon ones, which I am making. But yeah, I'm going to be over on Crescent's channel, so I'll do another shout out to them just for the end of the stream. I'll be there Australian time, 8 AM. So keep an eye out for that. But I guess I'll be streaming next Monday, so we'll see what I decide to stream, but it'll either be Monster Hunter Stories or it'll be maybe more Dynamax or something else. But I shall not waffle any longer. I'm going to go and take that well-deserved break after the 5-hour stream. So, till next time, take care everybody.